Good morning, good morning, good morning. I thought you could hear me. A very special welcome today, September 30, end of the month of September. It's a very special day. Yes, can you tell me why? Can you tell me why? Welcome, Joy. Welcome, Laurel. Welcome, Dwayne. Welcome, Opal. Today we are having a webinar. Leaders Arise is the title of our webinar today. And it's going to be a very informative day for those of you who are following us online, for those who will be joining us in class. We are here to strengthen ourselves, to be equipped to become better leaders. Yes, leadership is important, but how many of us here know that there's a difference between leadership and management? Are you a leader? Do you consider yourself a leader? For many, if you're not in an official position as a manager, we don't consider ourselves a leader. But there are different kinds of leaders. We have leaders in the home. So many of us as parents, we're leaders. You have informal leaders, like those some who are in gangs. People just naturally gravitate towards them. We have different kind of leaders. All of that you're going to learn about today. We have so many different type of speakers coming on. I am Lisa Ann Clark. For those of you who are seeing me for the first time, I am on TikTok, the Jamaican Dragon Slayer. So you would usually see my logo on my page, right? But here I am in live and living color for those who are joining my live for the first time. Thank you for your finger. Orlando, Telma, Keith, and Horace, Dr. Dre Beckham. I have here with me two of our presenters. We are on Zoom. If you would like to see the presentation, feel free to join us on YouTube at Holistic Healing Ministries Jamaica. That's HOLISTIC HEALING Ministries, MINISTRIES Jamaica, right? We are here. We are right here. We're in the Zoom. And wow. Later on, when Andrea goes on, I will share the Zoom link in the chat for you to see. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So are we ready? I am here today to speak about a topic that it's common. It may have happened to you, but maybe you don't know that it's an issue that actually exists. Yes. My topic today is workplace bullying and harassment. So an interesting topic. I had been working for how many years before I knew about that topic? 20 years. Yeah, quite a number of years before my life changed. And I realized that not everybody is nice and peachy and believe in fairness and has the values. Born in Tarsha has the values of doing unto others as you'd like done to them, right? Not everyone is like that. Welcome, good morning, God love me, and Enric, right? Thank you, thank you. So here, let me see something. Tarsha, I don't even know how to share something, to share this thing without disturbing. But if you look on YouTube, you'll be able to see the presentation if you look on YouTube. All right, thank you. So this topic made me very nervous. I did not know what was happening to me. I know that I felt very oppressed. I was unhappy. I started to get depressed at work. And I had an eye-opening experience and revelation. And I was sent to this particular website. And when I looked on the website, I saw right there on the main page a list of everything that was happening to me. And I was overwhelmed. But at the same time, I was excited because now I know that I wasn't going crazy. Now I know that this is something real and it's affecting many, many individuals. It might be affecting you. Let us see. So I'm going to be sharing the slides now on Holistic Healing Ministries Jamaica through YouTube. Welcome to my presentation. And why is this topic important in a leadership webinar? Well, it's important because many times the aggressor is a leader. The aggressor, the one who commits this act. Ladies, are you seeing the slide quite fine? And those on TikTok, I'm going to try and turn around the video for you to see. Let me turn around the video for you to see, okay? Just hold on a minute. All right, so this image here on screen says, all this talk about civility is interfering with my constitutional right to yell at workers. So here is a supervisor. He's talking to his supervisor, right? Let me flip this on Facebook a minute for you to see. It's a cartoon where this supervisor obviously is a tyrant. He's obviously a tyrant, and his supervisor is telling him to be civil in the workplace, right? And he's objecting to what's happening, saying that it is interfering with his right to yell at co-workers. Do we have a right to yell at people? Do we have a right to yell at our co-workers? You tell me. Now, wow, it's going to be hard for you to see the full screen. Let me reduce this a little bit and see if it's better for you. Trying to see how I can appease the viewers. God loves me. No, this hasn't affected you. Carmen, has this affected you? No? All right. I am, for those on Facebook, I have to flip back around the camera because I won't be able to manage the slides and the phone at the same time. So if you want to see the slides, please go to YouTube. So this is one of my phrases here. For those who are seeing me for the first time, my name is Lisa Ann Clark. Yes, Lisa Ann Clark is my real name. That's my name. And I am by profession an educator. Yes. I am a business consultant as well. And I am also a spiritual advisor, mentor, minister, all these different titles, if you want to call it. I'm just a woman who loves the Lord, okay? And is being used to help others through her story, okay? So today you're going to get to find out what is workplace harassment. And sometimes workplace harassment is just a spillover from how we operate in our normal life. How we operate in our normal life. Some people are tyrants at home, some are tyrants in the community, right? Some people are very controlling and very oppressive, and it's just a spillover. Some people are have very narcissistic traits, character traits, and they don't know how to communicate well, they don't have good interpersonal relationship skills, okay? So they end up becoming oppressors, and some care, some don't care, some empathize, some don't know to empathize. It just, everybody is different. But you'll see today that this issue is so serious that there's an institute actually created to deal with this issue, all right? So on the screen, you're seeing, yes, those on TikTok, I'm moving the camera. That's me right there. And you're seeing a phrase, a quote from me. And the quote is this: don't judge me. You don't know my story, nor my journey, nor have you lived my life. And I pray for me, help me, guide me. But don't oppress me. God told Pharaoh to let my people go. And the Pharaoh spirit still oppresses today in other ways and through actions such as workplace bullying and harassment. Okay, so this is a quote from me, and this is my belief. God has used my personal experience to show me that this happens, what happens in the spiritual also happens in the natural, and it rears its ugly head, unfortunately, in the workplace. Okay, now, workplace bullying and harassment is a workplace occupational health and safety matter. Unfortunately, it is overlooked by many organizations and leaders. As one, there is no law against bullying, nor general employee harassment, right? Codes of conduct and workplace policies and grievance procedures are what usually guides and outline one behavior, how to treat with human relation rights and issues that affect employees in a negative way, right? Sexual harassment, some forms of discrimination, like, if you're discriminating against race, right? That sort of, and physical abuse. Those can become legal matters. You can be taken to court for it. It's a civil matter, right? But what I want you today is to learn from my story, learn from the experts that I will show on the videos, pay attention to the policies, right? And guidelines in your organization. Learn those policies, right? Learn the laws that are tables, the green paper, the white paper, and know your civil rights. Because you, as a human being, as an employee, have a right to work in a peaceful, non-hostile, and safe working environment. You have that right to live in peace and work in peace and to have good employee relations, whether it be peer-to-peer or supervisor to subordinate or subordinate to supervisor, okay? You have that right. My slide was stuck. Okay, so here I have a little video showing taking a little while to come up. So this video is about workplace bullying. What do workplace bullies do?
Workplace bullying as a concept.
Uh-oh, hold on.
Workplace bullying as a concept is rather new. We've only been really thinking about it for the last decade. And so we often look at what's happening within school bullying area to learn. And what we find is that 1 in 5 children are being bullied at school, and 1 in 3 people are affected by bullying at work. And nothing very much has changed in the school bullying area, despite all the so-called programs. And so I think if we're going to reduce workplace bullying, we have to take it a lot more seriously. And we have to start thinking about what is the actual damage to the organisation and to the poor target whose brain may never be the same. There's a growing body of American research showing that being ostracised by your peers is not only bad for your brain, but changes the brain. And in fact, people like Matthew Lieberman see it as a basic instinct to be part of a tribe. In fact, we know that if lions are excluded by their pride, they don't survive unless they find another one. So being part of a group at work and then suddenly not part people turning against you, people being quiet when you walk in the room. If you're homesick because you've been bullied by the manager, nobody bothers ringing. Nobody sends flowers or balloons as they would if you had a physical accident. Nobody rings to say how you're going. And so you feel a personal failure, you feel a professional failure, and people disintegrate under that. If someone feels they're being bullied, then they need to do a number of different things. First of all, they've got to take a record. Secondly, they can't dismiss it and say, oh, that's just John, or Mary's had a bad day. They've got to listen to their guts and listen to their survival instinct and do something. Now, that might mean reporting it to an appropriate person, going up to Mary or John and saying, I don't know what happened yesterday, but I'm a bit confused. Perhaps you can explain why you yelled at me in front of customers, or I don't know why you didn't include me on that email list. Have I done something wrong? In other words, take action immediately. Take a record. If it's affecting your health, go to your GP. See a psychologist. We can help you immediately. If you wait too long, and you have a breakdown and you're not able to return to work, then it's a very long, slow process. I think the important thing is targets don't show your fear and anger, because then you threaten the bully. Because at the end of the day, most bullies are insecure, worried that they'll be exposed as being incompetent, and most targets, very hard-working, conscientious people who like to tick all the boxes and threaten the bullies who are feeling vulnerable. So don't show your fear, don't show your anger, be very neutral.
So we have some persons here on TikTok who have experienced workplace bullying as well. One said he walked off a job quite recently because of this, right? God Love Me has been impacted as well. And JV is saying he faces workplace bullying all the time. The worst part is if you report the perpetrator or complain, they use their numbers to corroborate their stories. So some actually have a clique, and they may gang up on you and lie on you. It's going to be 2 against 1 or 3 against 1. Mighty God. It's going to be the powerful versus the defenseless. So this happens much more frequently than you do know. You may not have been a victim, but sometimes you hear some stories and some rumors about these people. Don't be about your colleagues. Don't be quick to believe, because you'll be shocked to know about the unethical practices that happen in the workplace, right? I had to see it. I had to experience it myself. It threw me off my whole value system, what I was taught, what I learned, the workplace is supposed to be. It threw me off balance when I've had to face the reality that people aren't always nice. And the world people aren't always going to play fair, okay? There are people with hidden agendas. And wait, I'm going to share my story in a while. Just listen now to this specialist on workplace bullying. He and his wife, they are the founders of the Workplace Bullying Institute. And in 2011, when it was revealed to me that what I was experiencing was workplace bullying, right? Was workplace bullying. It was his website that helped me. That's the website that I went to that outlined everything that was happening to me, and I ended up breaking down, right? And I was able now to deal with it. So I have another testimony here saying one group of persons concocted a rumor, and it spread from one group, then it starts circulating from another group, and then they started to add something else to the rumor. Mighty God. So it affects your whole character. Mighty God. Let us see. Let's hear from the founder of the Workplace Bullying Institute on the 4 types of bullies. Let's see if you can identify.
Hi, I'm Dr. Gary Namey, co-author of the book, The Bully at Work. And together with my wife, Dr. Ruth, when we first wrote the book, we tried to summarize all of the thousands of types of tactics that we had heard that bullies have employed against workers. And I'm telling you, it's an inventive, cruel list. It's very, very long. And we knew that we couldn't publish a book with single lines listing all the things that we had heard. So we grouped them into themes, if you will, themes of tactics. And it's often called our bully types. And we have 4 of these categories. And let me explain that a very skilled bully will jump across these categories in a given day, sometimes within a given hour, and sometimes while they're dealing with a chosen target, they will switch gears and try different things too. But of course, the common theme to all types of bullying is that the bully has the need to control another person. So that's what they all share. The first type, which we call the screaming Mimi, is a vein-bulging maniac who prefers a public setting. They're trying to control the emotional climate of the workplace. They want to instill fear in the heart of the target so that they will be paralyzed. Pure deer in the headlights paralysis, and they won't know what hit them. In fact, what they hit them with is so absolutely unnerving and destabilizing, the jaw drops along with the shocked look. And of course, the second ulterior motive there, the secondary motive, I should say, is to actually paralyze the work group too, because they don't want coworkers getting in their face. And so they are going to cower in fear, worried that they are next, and later they will probably become allies of the bully. But that's the screaming Mimi. They're going to curse and yell and throw things. To me, it's the stereotype of the prototype of the bully. But in reality, we know from our research, it's statistically the rarest form. Now, the most damaging family of tactics are implemented by the constant critic. And this type of bully is the one that's going to get you behind closed doors for plausible deniability. And by that, I mean it's always going to be turned into a she said situation. The targeted person, the victim, will never be believed, and whereas since the majority of bullies are managers, the manager will always be believed. And since there was no recording, although there could be a recording, and since there's no record, although there could be a record, the target is usually not believed. And the primary tactic here is to actually misuse performance appraisal system. You're going to go in there, a typical scenario, new supervisor, veteran worker. They seek the veteran go-to expert, the one who's more technically skilled and really well liked. And for those threatening reasons, choose that person as the target. And they tear into them. I always thought the South African book, Hyenas at Work, was a great title because they talk about, tearing flesh from bone there. And these predators can be quite vicious. And behind closed doors, there's total deniability. What is the bully trying to control in this category, this theme? And this is why they're the most traumatizing. They're trying to control the person's own identity. They're going to crawl into their psyche and try and redefine the thoroughly competent person as incompetent. The third category that we chose for our book, Bully at Work, is the smarmy two-headed snake. Well, the two-headed snake, who happens to be smarmy, and adopts passive-aggressive techniques and Jekyll and Hyde, backstabber, rumor mongerer, and when they're a supervisor, another technique they use is they fail to stop rumors. So that a person, what they're controlling, you see, with this, is a person's reputation. So that if they're lucky enough to get to safety in another unit, they will be welcomed at the new unit with one foot in cement. They will be told, you can't do what you did at that last place because the supervisor called me and told me about your poor performance. So you've got that going against them. So that's the whole point of reputation. And beware of a hugger. The two-headed snake is an early hugger. While they're embracing you, they're basically just going up and down your rib cage looking for a place to stick in the shiv. That's the thing. Now, those first 3 types of tactics are acts of commission, of doing things to people. So Ruth and I were kind of stuck coming up with the 4th category, and the catch-all is basically this huge family of tactics that are all involved with withholding resources. And we call that type of bully the gatekeeper. And this doesn't have to be a boss. As you know, not all bullies are bosses. And this is where that powerful and narcissistic and superior in her head administrative assistant, or his head, administrative assistant, lowly subordinate, though they be in the org chart, this is the person who can actually grind everything to a halt. Because every piece of information passes through their desk, and they only let through that which they want to let through. And by filtering out information, key information, to hated people and depriving them of vital information, they can actually screw many, many workers. And so what you have here is control of deadlines. Unrealistic deadlines create unbelievable stress. Another point about bullying: only the target gets the unrealistic deadline. Everyone else enjoys ample time to learn what to do and finish the project. Another thing that is commonly withheld is not just fraternization or allowing to be social, but allowing a person to collaborate on technical aspects of a project. So they're denied information from coworkers. They're not allowed to ask for help. How about assigning somebody a job out of their job class, a brand new arena for them, and then denying them training to go learn how to do that work? Again, it sounds like a budgetary restraint, but in fact, the budget is not tight for other people, but only for the targeted person. So you see, bullying is discriminatory in a way, just not necessarily always illegally discriminatory. So the gatekeeper controls everything, and they choose the most inopportune times, or from a sadistic point of view, the most opportune times to strike. They strike at a person at a time of great vulnerability, psychological or physical. First day back from chemotherapy, first day back after a divorce, first day back after a marriage, first day back to work from vacation, a very relaxing vacation, and the misery is then inflicted from that point on. So the timing is something that is a timing of the misery inflicted is something else that the gatekeeper controls. So they are the ultimate control freak, and by looking at the screaming Mimi, the constant critic, the two-headed snake, and the gatekeeper, we pretty much think we've captured the full range of potential categories of misconduct and wrongdoing that people can foist on one another. It's not exclusive, exhaustive, and intensive, but it helps you organize the thinking, and it avoids long, long lists. Thank you.
Think now, I'm sure based on that list, you can identify with someone that you know. I'm sure based on that list, you can identify with someone you know. Here we see Javi saying the first person he had contact with, his first supervisor, and while he was a recruit, was his perpetrator. He went through harassment to a further degree, right? Where it was actually the perpetrator was the origin of the turmoil. Rumor started, and he didn't even know where the rumor started from in his life. Oh my God. You sound like you've been through it, Javid. Let me turn so you can see my face. Turn so you can see my face. Right? I can understand. And I can empathize with you because I've experienced it and I've seen it happen to others. And it is something that made me very angry. I hate oppression. Before I got into ministry, there was just something in me that said, this is not right. And I love to stand up for my right and for the right of individuals, right? And people don't like it when you talk out and you speak for rights. I remember once, even though this may not be bullying, right? But to just show you how people clannish. We had a welfare issue at work. People weren't getting paid. We were being forced. Well, maybe this is bullying. We had no choice but to work beyond the normal working hours because the type of job that we had stipulated that once we have accounted off our money, we can't leave. We're responsible for the monies that we have, right? And we were supposed to end work at 4 o'clock, but there were times we were there until 7 o'clock. We had to wait on people to check off our cash. And we didn't get traveling, nor supper allowance, nor overtime pay. That was slavery. So we had a union, and we went to the union representative and spoke. And when the union representative, because, you know, different categories of workers, so not everybody was impacted, only the tellers alone were still there working until night when everybody gone home. right? The tellers and the supervisor who deal with the tellers, yeah? And the manager sometimes may stay, depending on which manager is there or assistant manager. So when the union representative came down now, and he said, who has an issue with staying late and working these hours? The senior teller shut up. I was the only one who said, I have a problem with that, right? Because at the time too, I was studying, and when you're a teller and you can't get to go to your classes and do your exams and these things, it affects you. It affects you. Good morning, Lionel, right? So I said, I had a problem with it. And it took another senior teller to call the rest of them hypocrites and saying, why did you guys just leave her hanging like that? You have her on the spot. You all sit here and complain. And now it's the time for you to speak up and you leave her hanging. So people will be people. But if God has made you an advocate, a leader, maybe you might be a leader to speak out against oppression, right? Know your role and work with it. I'm sharing my story right now. I have been working since the age of 16. I have seen workplace bullying being exhibited since the year 1994. I know that people have different personalities and character traits, emotions, such as anger. However, this thing called workplace bullying affected me so much as I thought about fairness and being nice and kind to others and professionalism. I did office practice as a teen in high school, and that led me to wanting to work in the office, right? You were a 19-year-old Christian, so you got bullied. Lord have mercy. The testimony is coming in already. The statements are coming in already. I soon take them. Let me share my story. So when you see what happened in real life versus what's in the book, you can get shocked. Whether it be culture shock or maybe reality will hit you, right? My enemies, and I call them my enemies because anybody who wants to hurt me is my enemy. My enemies were covert. So I was very naive to envy and jealousy, and that I would be seen as a threat by anyone because of my personality and qualifications. Those are two reasons. For others, it might be you being timid, or it might be your religious or ethnic background, whatever the reason is. But for me, that was a part of it. I didn't know about the phenomenon of workplace harassment, even though I saw my colleagues suffering from it. I remember once feeling really bad when I saw an office attendant being shouted at by the managing director, being humiliated, the bearer being humiliated. My God, she was so disgraceful in the names that she called these persons. It was as if they weren't human because they had these menial jobs, because they didn't have a degree, because they didn't have wealth, because of where they live. That managing director thought that she had a right to speak to her employees any way she wanted to. They were so dishonest in that workplace that persons who were doing data entry, if you were seen chewing gum, they would dock your pay for chewing gum. And that upset me. And when I saw those things when I was doing payroll clerk work, it annoyed me. As a matter of fact, I was employed for one role, but ended up on it. They never called it job rotation at the time. It was, look here, I fired Tom, Dick, and Harry because of my narcissistic behavior and uncontrollable behavior. So you are here and you're qualified. You're going to do Tom, Dick, and Harry's work plus yours. That is bullying. I'm not being paid for Tom, Dick, and Harry's work, right? And those things cause burnout, okay? At the time, I didn't know. There was no human resource for one organization. For the other organization, the management team didn't know how to deal with it. You might have a meeting if there's a conflict, okay? But more often than anything else, the perpetrator find another way to get at you because they just have this vendetta, this thing that they need to get under your skin, that they need to bring you down, that they need their revenge, they need to see you fail, they need to ensure that you don't gain any wealth because of your skill or your talent. They find some reason to work against you. There were no policies or procedures outlined against workplace bullying, just general grievance issues. It wasn't that specific. But there was a mention of sexual harassment, right? Sexual harassment and information in the public sector in the staff order of 2004, right? But that is archaic. It's modern times now. The staff order needed to be updated, and the leaders know that. I'm sorry, you were saying something in the Zoom? Oh, let me mute you, Jody. Okay, yes. So they know that. They know the rules, but they use it to their advantage. The unions at times were ineffective. They weren't seen as influential. Many of the unions are so political, right? And so while they may say, okay, you can come and talk to them, I made sure I joined the union, right? Where there was a union, okay? But in some organizations, unions aren't facilitated. And if you try to form a union, people become afraid because of victimization, because they know the management don't want any union there because of just how they are. The perpetrators don't want any union there because they may get into trouble, right? So in many cases, harassment was seen as a personal issue, not a group issue. For me, harassment was also a lesson that God was teaching me because it was a part of my purpose to teach on oppression and to minister about oppression. But at the time, I didn't know anything about my purpose, okay? But now I know about my purpose and I understand why I was exposed to this. And God has been teaching me about leadership. And he has been saying, lead, but don't oppress, don't bully, because there are other things that influence, spiritual matters that influence when you get to that point. So we have to know the difference between leading, right, and oppression. And that is why we have Andrea, who is going to come after me to show you the difference between how different types of leaders and how you should lead. After her session, feel free to take up a training course wherever it is that she works. Feel free to invest in a book on leadership. Because if you were called to lead, God wants you to lead and not oppress and not control. Yeah? Because that way, those who you lead will not be happy. Okay? All right. So let me tell you my employment background so you have an idea of the different roles in which I work, right? And the different levels at which I work. I've worked as a business and entrepreneurial specialist, high school teacher, vocational teacher, tertiary level facilitator, instructor, lecturer, whatever you want to call it, coordinator. I've worked as customer service representatives, accounts clerk, teller, secretary, child care specialist. I work in social services in the juvenile justice system. I've worked at the front office in a hotel. I've worked in customer service in a restaurant serving. I've cleaned toilets in 2 businesses, and I'm not ashamed to say that it didn't matter to me. I was getting paid, right? I've worked as a receptionist, and I've worked to take care of the elderly. So different working experience at different times of my life, right? Different seasons, different time frame. But each job, each role has taught me something. I've worked in the USA and I've worked in Jamaica. Javi, I soon read a story. I have to go through your story later on because I'm still talking. So I'll soon go through the chat and read a story for people to hear, right? Work in the USA and Jamaica, I've had culture shock based on the different levels of professionalism, how I see conflicts handled, right? The different labor laws as well. So, yes, so you hear me talk about the different culture shock experience. Yes, I've met different characters. I've met the two-headed snake, the backstabbers, those who have you come in, you hear, okay, just to keep you quiet, I heard that you did this, right? So you're kept on your toes. Employees were cautious were held accountable for matters related to disputes. But in the international organizations that I worked in, it wasn't easy to sabotage others to gain favor. It wasn't that easy. So Jamaica has a lot of work in terms of strengthening that aspect, you know, in terms of industrial relation and workplace harmony and occupational health and safety. We have a lot of work to do, right? I saw those negatively affecting their colleagues. Many, they just work underhandedly. It was a cutthroat world out there for folks who needed promotion, for folks who wanted to be on top. But you would not know your enemies easily as they hid their hatred and operated maleficently. They operated evil but undercover. So yes, you have good and bad people everywhere, but many are smart and they do what they do, but you wouldn't know. They do it undercover. All right. I've worked in the public sector and the private sector. So I've worked with government and in private organization, right? But unfortunately, it was only in the Jamaican organization that I've seen some things happen because we don't have the laws and the rules to back up that sort of behavior. We don't have a lot of rules about discrimination, okay? So it's much more frequent. And I notice it happening much more frequently, even in schools. I don't know why, but in the public sector, I realized it was very frequent in the public sector. Now, how did bullying and harassment affect my colleagues? Some got less work to do while the victims were overworked. Some, those favorites got called to informal meetings while the victims were not. Cliques began to form in the organizations. I saw male junior staff heckled, comments made about their private parts by female, sometimes occasional sexual harassment of male, you know, they brush by your penis, you know, and jeered about the length. And I'm being raw here with you guys today. Young people who just come in as trainees, you know, and they're afraid of the women because they've been in the workplace established for so long. And you're just learning the job, and you're being emasculated, and you don't want to be seen as a girl, because if you complain about a woman doing or saying anything inappropriate to you sexually, another man might call you a mama man. Yes, it's true. This happens. Yeah. I've seen people go into the fridge and eat other colleagues' lunch. So every day you come in, what happened to my lunch today? Huh? You don't even, you're brave because you don't know where the food was prepared. You don't even know if the food was laced for you, because each day you're coming in and eating the person's food, right? So I've seen subordinates become afraid of perpetrators. When this person coming, when you see the bully vehicle driving and coming into compound, everybody starts scamper. Because what's going to happen? Fear. You could feel the presence of the spirit of fear in that environment. And these things called strongholds. When the gang assembled in the lunchroom to gossip about someone who was there in the lunchroom, I mean, they were so brazen, the person that they're chatting is there, they can't get up and say anything because the gang is going to attack them. All they can do is just get up and leave the lunchroom because you're so uncomfortable hearing the things being discussed. And these are things happening in professional organizations, brand name organizations, some of them. You understand? I'm talking the things, people. You don't know what happened behind closed door. You will see a nice picture of an organization and you see the advertisement, and these are our values, these are our core values, and this is what you love, and you hear some nice stories, but behind the scenes, real things happen. So you need to know so you can protect yourself and guard your heart and be in the know what to do. Don't let what happened to others affect you. This is preparation for you. The professionalism teamwork, staff morale, and trust in the organization in general becomes affected. And this will affect performance generally. And believe you me, there are some bullies who don't want the team to win. They smile and say winning is a part of the core values, but they will do everything for the team not to win. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the team wants a little bonus, right? But they are already wealthy. They don't need that bonus. Pharaohism is still real. The environment may become hostile and uncomfortable for people who don't like drama. You just want to work in peace. I saw that affect my colleagues in the various organizations in which I worked. So, in 2011, right, I was exposed to the concept, okay? These are the types of bullies and personality type that I saw and the things that I saw happen. I saw supervisor to subordinate, peer-to-peer, female to female, female to male, and male to female. The victims were males and female, and the perpetrators were also male and female, okay? I saw the mistreatment of staff most frequently through mental, verbal, and emotional abuse by power-hungry, insecure, or abusive supervisors. Yes, supervisors and managers, people who you have to depend on for things, for guidance, for instruction, for your peer, right? I saw overwork, the uneven distribution of work, yeah? Personal boundary issues. Some people think that because they're a supervisor, there is no personal boundary. They own you. So they can do anything, be up in your face, be in your space, be in your things. I had a supervisor go into my bag. And then when I saw her going in my bag, I said, I just walked in, and the sad thing, she was there with her husband too. And while they were there working on a device in the room, and a technical person, she was there in the bag. At the time, that was a safe space for me, because without me having the key, the only other person who had the right to go in there was her, okay? It was a space for us. We didn't have many teachers who used that room. And when I said, what you doing in my bag? She had the audacity to flip up and say, I can go into anything that I see in here. As if she think that I was a fool, yeah? And I put her in her place. That was the only time, though, that I felt that I would get out of my personality and do something. I felt like I would fight that day. Seriously, I felt like I would fight that day. But I remember that my character is important, my professional is important, and all my years of working, I never did anything like that. I knew better. So I did what I had to do, but I did not report her formally. I just stepped to her and said, look here, you pass a place X, Y, and Z. Don't ever do that again. Yeah? Or you will see, well, I don't ever do that again. I stood up to her. She was nitpicking. And I hope she had learned her lesson. But she never learned her lesson because she was intent on destroying me. That was her agenda. The enemy can use people to destroy. This is may not be a religious program today, but it's hard. It's within me as a minister to say these things, that there are good and bad people. You understand? There is good and there is evil. And how did this bullying affect my life? How did it impact me? Yes, people, let me tell you, I am sharing and I'm talking up the things. It affected my physical, emotional, and mental health. Let me move this little bar here. It's in the way. Hold on. There are times I couldn't sleep. Hold on. My slides got stuck. Yes, Lord. It affected my sleep, my energy, my weight. I felt tired. I felt overworked. I hope you're hearing me on Zoom. If you can hear me, let me know, because the slide is stuck. All right, let's go. It affected my physical, emotional, mental health. Yes, it bothered my mind. My emotions, I started to cry. Cry became this cry baby. And I wasn't like that before. Right? Mental health, it affected my mental health. I got depressed. Physical health, had to be going to the doctor because of the excessive stress and trauma. I had to comply to unreasonable requests out of respect for position and authority, right? Because I needed to avoid conflicts. And when I reported it to another supervisor, I was told comply and then complain. So do the unfair thing, allow the person to bully me and complain after, but the complaint didn't go anywhere. I began to hate anything that resembled excessive control because I felt bondage. My self-confidence, my whole sense of self was affected. I started to question myself, am I who I really say I am? Is it that this blind side of Lisa is so blind that I have no clue who I am? Believe me, it affects your mind. I blamed myself and said that I must be the reason why this person picking on me, set on me, trying to kill me off, because eventually that is what would have happened. I was hurt. I was disappointed. I experienced rejection for things that I know I was qualified to do. Rejection. I was given position, and then after I got it, it was taken away. Let me tell you something, sabotage. And then I started to have this need for approval and acceptance by others, by my friends, and even by superiors, those who I cared about. I cared about how I was seen, but still I was not a pushover. I objected. But when I saw that there was no support through policies or even colleagues, I just give in. I'm bored, the stress and pressure, because after all, nobody else not experiencing it. So something must be wrong with me. I must be the issue, right? However, there's a thing called discernment. And I didn't understand that at the time. Sometimes you just know that something is wrong and you don't know what, you can't pinpoint what it is. I knew that the perpetrators were my enemies, but I doubted my judgment. And I'm not saying that I'm perfect. I'm not going to ever say that I'm perfect. I make mistakes and I've done foolishness. I've had poor judgment at times too, just like anybody else. But I'm talking about these things that are unfair and just not right. This wasn't a topic that I decided I was just going to get up and speak about. I was given this topic. So it means that there are persons who need to hear about this topic because it's affecting them and they don't even know. It affected my sleep, my energy, and my weight. I felt tired and overworked. There were times where even after I worked, I left work at 7 o'clock. I went home to my baby, put him to bed, did whatever I needed to do, and was still at home doing more work at night. That's not fair. I needed family time. I needed a life. My life just consisted of work. It was just absorbed in work. So not only depression affected me, but I started to have anger, anxiety, sometimes aggression. Sometimes when I saw my enemies come to me, the two-faced snake, I caught one of them once in my office searching through things. And as she see me come, she take out herself and she had no valid excuse. Right? But I found out late that she wasn't for me. There were things in the spirit too that I saw that really, really made me feel hurt. I became protective of me. And after a while, if I could just shut myself away, become a recluse, I would. I would want to just work by myself in a little space, not having contact with anybody but just the external customer who needed me. Sometimes that's how I felt. sometimes my true friends at work, the true colleagues, the ones who know that people need support and believe in teamwork, would come and check on me and say, are you okay? They may not know everything that's happening, right? Hold on a second, let me mute. There's somebody else who come in who need to mute. Right? They would check on me. I say, are you okay? Keep pushing, keep pressing. And sometimes if I make some mistakes or if some things was prone, I would go to those who I know had my back and say, look on this to me. You need people who have your back. And you need to know too what you're good at, what you're bad at, when to stay and when to leave. There's a time and a season for everything. You understand? Mighty God. There were many times I dreaded going to work. Notice I didn't say feared, you know. I said dreaded going to work. People don't see, people see me smiling, but they don't understand that I might be there shaking. Nerves get me before. Start hyperventilate. Anxiety, yes. Dreaded. Hold on a second. Galaxy X, I have muted you. If you unmute again, right, and speak, then I may have to remove you because I'm not sure who this is. So please rename so I know who this is. Please rename, put your name there so I know who this is. All right, so I can address you accordingly. Thank you. The person who just joined, please rename so I know who this is. Thank you. All right. I became more emotional and fearful of sabotage and retaliation. I defended myself as much as I could. That's not an easy space or environment to be in. That's not healthy. The sick leaves run out before the end of the year because one, nerves, started to have to take nerves tablets. There was one tablet that the doctor gave me that side effects was you will be having suicidal thoughts. Suicide, can you imagine the side effect of a tablet? You may have suicidal thoughts. And I began to have suicidal thoughts. My blood pressure went up. I've had heart palpitations, my pulse and my heart rate going so fast that I've had to rush out to the doctor thinking I would get a heart attack twice because of stress. Twice. On one occasion, and I called HR and I asked, okay, you have a blood pressure machine there. There's something, them said to me, you better go because if you die, all that's gonna happen is you get a wreath and the next day we find somebody to replace you. Okay? That's what I was told. So you have to assess when you're in an unhealthy working environment. Workplace bullying and harassment is an occupational hazard. We're gonna have to look on it for what it is. Okay? I constantly thought about work even when I was at home. When I was in my community, even how for I don't know how my friends bear with me because I kept talking about the perpetrator, talking about the perpetrators as if they were that important. I just couldn't get it out. It consumed my life. It consumed my head space because of this harmonious relationship. And I was so used to having friends. As far as I was concerned in the past, I had friends and a lot of friends, and I thought they were my friends. So now having disunity, I didn't like it. I wasn't raised in a contentious way to see contention and those things. I didn't like conflicts. And now I was seeing irrational, unfair behavior by people who should know better and people who do know better, but people don't want to do any better because they have a plan and the plan is to impact your life negatively. It affected my family life. It even affected my marriage because there were some things I could not say no to because the supervisor said, this is what you must do. Okay? So it affected my family life. Let me tell you something. There was one time after the bully got to me so much, one of the bullies, right? I was talking to my mother and she was very concerned. She said, this is harassment. I'm not going to let anybody harass me. She said, Lisa, you need to talk up for your right. This is not good for your mental health. And one of my colleagues came by my home that weekend. Come on, slide. I'm trying to move the slide. Came by my home that weekend and I decided that I was going to write about the situation. No, I'm not advising anybody to write when you're emotional. Think about what you're doing, what you're saying. Make sure you can write valid work-related points. Make sure you can write specific incidences and things that has impacted you. And if there are witnesses, if you're making a report, try your best to have witnesses, because it's going to be he say, she say, one versus the other, as that doctor at the Workplace Bullying Institute said. Right? There was a time when anytime the bully was coming into my space, I had to get my phone. The person didn't know, but I was friends with another manager at another location. And I had that manager on the phone as a witness to the conversation. And he advised me to have a logbook. And I started to journalize these entries, every incident, what caused it, what happened, whenever he denied me resources at work, resources that I planned for or budgeted for that I'm supposed to get for my clients were denied. These things I made a note, and those things helped me when it was time for the report. When the report came, it was shocking and I couldn't take it anymore. You understand? Sometimes don't make it get to that point where you report when you're emotional. Nip it in the bud as it happened. You try and deal with it, okay? Because the bully will ride you. I was seen as a potential troublemaker because I wasn't a walkover. There are some bullies that don't like to hear the word no. They feel that you hate them. You are up against them, right? Because you say no to their unreasonable request. And that's not fair. My whole personality was affected. I didn't trust people. I felt hurt by lies. I was ostracized in one instant for something I didn't even do. Yet people thought I did it. And you know, the sad thing about it, was that I went to the person who made the complaint that I did something, and I said, why would you say this? And on the day when the incident happened, I saw the person crying, and I saw the management team around the person. They were like, what is happening? How are you? And I had no idea it was me, so-called me, who disturbed this person. And I remember it was time for me to go into a meeting because I was a part of a committee. And they held the committee meeting without inviting me. And I wondered why. I said, aren't we supposed to meet? They had the meeting, but somebody else went to the meeting. So they said, but wait, how so? Am I not a part of this committee? And that was when a member of the committee from HR said to me, this is what they heard. They heard that I did this. They said, me? They said, me? Right? And I had that discussion with that individual, but by the end, the decision was already taken to take me off the committee. I didn't get a chance to defend myself, to say if what was said was true. And that lie went through the organization. About 4 years later, I remember we were going on a retreat. And the executive director announced before the retreat expected behavior and what we were supposed to do, and that one person at one retreat did this and this and this. And what she said, I knew she was talking about me and that lie. And I believe that as the executive director or director, whatever it is you are as a leader, you could have at least come and speak to me if you believe that this was true, right? But let me tell you something. Sometimes you have favorites. Sometimes you win some, you lose some. By that point, the person who made the statement and left the organization, what point would it make for me to go and go stir up something that happened 4 years prior? Don't make any sense, right? Move it right along. Things are going to happen to you. Learn from them. Make a note of them. And then when you can, if you think it makes sense to defend yourself, you defend yourself. By that point, when that lady said that thing, I'd already made up my mind, and I've already gotten the instruction from God that I was going to leave the organization, okay? But I know that my worth and my value was not seen by that time. There were cliques now that were set out to cause roadblocks. Let me see, I have to watch the time, 15 minutes to go, to cause roadblocks. My mind became a race course at the time. Let me see something here. All right, let me go back to the next point. I was always in fight or flight mode. At times, I was very defensive. I kept photos, even for my appraisal. I had to do what my girlfriend calls CYA. Cover your A, cover yourself. As much evidence as you can, you get it and you put together, you put into your folder, right? Because even if something is held and the person is there, the person is going to say this never happened because you never take a picture to show. Even though a register might have been there, or minutes or something to say this event and all these persons attend. Let me tell you something, people not easy, right? It impacted my ability to take risks. Because of fear, I became fearful of how others perceived me. I became fearful. The spirit of fear affected me, and the spirit of rejection affected me. And I'm telling you, some of the issue coming from many years ago, and I'm still getting deliverance from it, because it caused deep pain and hurt. It caused post-traumatic stress. I remember on one occasion when I rushed to the doctor, and the doctor said my pulse rate was over 100. It was dangerous. I wasn't going to come out of his office until my blood pressure went down, my pulse rate went down, and all of that. Even though my supervisor knew, I told her I have to go to the doctor right now, because my heart was having, I would even call it a murmur. It was just fluctuating, and it felt weird, and I was clutching my chest. And I say, I have to go. I need this thing right now. I want this thing right now. And I'm like, I would like to give you, but I've got to go, my heart. And I dashed out and I went to the doctor. On the way to the doctor, the person was calling, you left, and right? You left. She didn't care about my health. She didn't care if I dropped down and died on the job. It was all about me. What is in it for me, myself, and I. And the trauma, I keep telling you about trauma, and I know those on the line who are sharing their experience, you have experienced trauma too. And because of this and these individuals and this whole thing called workplace bullying and harassment, many of the organizations lost great talent, excellent workers, staff who they need, who make them organizations shine, just because of perpetrators. And it costs the organization the health insurance too, because when staff have to go to the doctor so regular because of sickness, it does cost, it makes their health insurance rate go up, right? It affected me because my reputation too, because I began to be seen as a failure, as being incompetent by the same persons who tried to sabotage and destroy. And whatever recommendations I made, even though they know that this was true, sometimes people only fail because they're not equipped to win. So if something is wrong and you say, okay, this is an issue and this is causing failure, and the organization can do better if you invest in so and so, and you go to your way and you try to solve the problem. They know the problem is there. They know there's a solution to the problem, but they don't want the problem fixed because they want you out. That's just it. And that's just the truth. I'm sharing my experiences. I hope you can see that you're not crazy people if you're experiencing this. You're not the only one who have experienced it. You are not alone. You can go to workplacebullying.org. That was the eye-opener for me in 2011. You understand? I also saw the perpetrator being bullied by his superior or her superior. So you will see, based on the organizational, the hierarchy, supervisors bullying supervisors, right? That happened too. Yes, you're just in time to hear that. Yeah, but it's true. Manager, let me tell you something. One day, after I was bullied and I decided this is it, I'm walking out of this meeting. I said, with all due respect, I'm leaving, because the person passed the place, the personal boundary. They did so many things that was just unprofessional and uncouth and destructive, right? I walked away because I said, nobody's gonna get me to that level. Nobody's that important. I have self-worth. Yeah, they may not have any, but you don't have the right to speak to me anywhere, anywhere you feel like it, because you're my supervisor. They start to talk about my qualification. You get this. They started to say also the things to attack me because I didn't want to do what they wanted me to do. They wanted me to take on more work. And I already had the most doing, right? The most clients interacting with, a heavy load. And I said, I can support the initiative, but I cannot take charge of the initiative. And they decided they're going to take it on me. And you can't get me one way, let me get you in another way. And I walked out. And when I walked out, I had to just get a breather, man. I couldn't let my client see that I was disturbed. And the next day a meeting was called. And this perpetrator supervisor now, who was the main bully at the organization, when they walked into the meeting, the main bully now started to ensure that all subordinates knew their place. And the person started to say things like how people breath smell and how them this, and it means some really unprofessional things that make you open your eye and wonder if these people are trained and learn, and if they did psychology, or if they know anything about human relations. And these are professionals, and these are people, some who even know the law, but the character and the spirit that is in them is just evil. You understand? Extreme micromanagement. These are some of my experiences. Extreme micromanagement, nitpicking. They're just in your ears like mosquitoes singing. You understand? Fault finding. Everything is just fault finding and controlling. Refusal to accept. No. Deny the resources to do your work. I was denied a transfer just because at the time you had to have a leader sign off on the transfer. She didn't want anybody to leave her environment. Okay? So I didn't get the break at that time. But when that person left and they got their break to study, God made a way for me to get a break. Let me tell you something. Once my appraisal was done in the public, in the staff room, and I had to sit down there with the bully and listen to the bully speak while my appraisal was being done in public. It was embarrassing because that is a private thing. And it caused me to develop anxiety, even for the next appraisal, which was even worse. For that next appraisal, I was given a time. And I sat there and I waited. Let me tell you the mental and emotional strategy them use. You're given a time. You sat there, I waited 3 hours for the interview to happen. And it wasn't like the person had other people interviewing and was late. And while I sat there waiting for the appraisal, I had an intimate time with God, and God told me to not worry. He had my back. This is my testimony. I had that time because fear came over me. Fear, because what is happening? Why am I waiting so long? Fear and anxiety. And that was when God spoke to me and said, don't worry, I have your back. And that appraisal took me 4 hours. And it was a very strategic appraisal where tag team was being played. One of the superiors sat beside me and they peeped to see what it was that I was writing. And then they decided what was the score to give me. They didn't come in with preset scores, and that was a plan. When I came out of the meeting, one of my colleagues said to me that they saw the two of them planning before they went into the meeting a strategy as to what they were going to do to me. One of the same person who said to complain and complain, yeah, was planning with the perpetrator, play a tag team. And I remember the strategy that God gave me that day. God said to me in the middle of that war, because I call it a war, I didn't call it appraisal. He said to me to stop and to tell the perpetrator that I forgave them for what they're doing. And it was at that time, 4 hours later, that I stopped and I said, you know, I have something to say. I forgive you for what you were doing. And the person became confounded and the atmosphere shifted and the person hurry up and finish up the score and finished the appraisal. And when I walked out of the room, that is when God spoke to me again and say, no, I want you to go home and research workplace bullying and harassment. When I went home and I researched it and I saw Workplace Bullying Institute, where that man is, who the video I showed is from, and everything listed out, I started to cry because everything, I remember I was putting together evidence. I was told to write over all of my lesson plans for a year. All of my lesson plans. Can you imagine? Lesson plans that would have been signed off on already. I was told to write over my lesson plans, and I had to take home those lesson plans during my family time, write over. Then I put them in this big folder in preparation for a so-called audit. And I gave it to my supervisor, watched him take the folder, throw it into the car trunk. And when it was time for the audit, I was told that I didn't present it. They didn't have it. All that work went to naught. I was embarrassed before clients, treated like a dog, spoken of lowly before clients. It was so unprofessional. Even the clients themselves complained. Even the customers were denied resources they needed. Technical issues and support that I was needed too on the job was overlooked. And even though I had reported that I wasn't getting the technical support that I needed so I could do this thing on time, I still had to write a report about it. When they knew, I told them, I sent emails, some impossible, unrealistic deadlines were given in with the intent to frustrate and overwork. Humiliation, deliberate failure, not invited to meeting, only the friends were invited to meetings. And I think the major one for me was when I was on leave, this training was happening, right? And after I requested access, right? About just a few days before using the platform, like 2 days, was when the gatekeeper finally opened the gate, right? After I wrote email, after I complained, after I text my supervisor, nothing was done. When the gatekeeper finally opened the gate, it was like, this is an impossible job that you want me to do. And I'm the guinea pig here. How am I going to learn? How am I going to do in such a short time? Please postpone. Delay the thing for this particular period. Give it a week, just so that the professionalism of the organization the name don't go into disrepute. That was my recommendation, because what the gatekeeper denied me access. And I was told, no, we're not going to do that. Go ahead and do whatever it is. You have to do this. You understand? And I went home, stayed up all night, tried to do the job, tried to do what I could do. And in the next day, when the external clients we had to interface with, light went, that caused problem too. When I called for technical support, I wasn't getting the technical support. All the calls that came in, right, pertaining to the clients were being forwarded to me, the same person who was dealing with clients online. There was so much pressure. I wondered if they wanted me to die that day or they expected my brain to explode. Not even to say, okay, since this is a trial run, to say the supervisor come in and say, are you okay? Is everything okay? Do you have the resources you need? Nothing. You hear me tell you? you can be set up. But guess what? Everything will work out for your good. Keep trying. Don't give up easily. Do the best that you can do. Do the best that you can with what you have. And if you have friends who can support you, excuse me, my nose allergies. If you have friends, call upon them. Because one of the things that for me at that time, I was just so discouraged that sometimes I didn't let my friends know what was happening until after the fact, right? And on that day, I don't know if I was Superman. I was carrying the weight of the world on my shoulders. I did what I was told to do. And when the light went and returned and the technical support wasn't there, I decided I was going to write an email. And the email infuriated the gatekeeper. And the gatekeeper came to my room, spoke loudly and embarrassing. The whole floor heard, the supervisor heard, and I thought that the supervisor wasn't there and didn't hear until months later. In another meeting, I heard the supervisor mention that he was there, and I was shocked because I thought, you know what? I couldn't believe that my supervisor was there and he didn't even come to see if I was okay after that conflict and after that boisterous, intimidating behavior. It was a junior staff that came to me. No, I wouldn't even call it. Yeah, another subordinate from another department that came as a witness to the conflict to ensure that I was not safe, that I wasn't unsafe, that I was not harmed by this masculine loudmouth gatekeeper, right? And intimidating too. Gatekeeper was very intimidating gatekeeper, right? And I was shaking, I was visibly shaken, as if to say that the stressful condition wasn't enough. I took pictures, did what I could do. 12 o'clock, so I'm wrapping up so our next speaker can come on, right? Did what I could do. And God bless that team member. Even though my supervisor and the rest of the staff left work that Friday at 4 o'clock, that team member who wasn't in my department stayed on the floor with me until 7 o'clock when the things that I had to do with the external clients was over. That's when we left at 7 o'clock and we said, whoa, what a battle. She supported me. God provided that help. What facilitated the attacks? What? Maybe ignorance. I was very naive too and trusting of people. That's one thing that I learned the hard way. And, you know, God has been speaking to me about it, about not seeing the agendas of people, right? I was raised to fear and respect authority as they had power. That's another thing that facilitated what happened to me. My enemies studied me, they knew my weaknesses, they used them against me. Jealousy, envy, bad mind of perpetrators for various reasons. Another reason is God wanted me to be an expertise in this area, so he allows me to get practical lessons. It's a part of my purpose. I'm supposed to go through these tests. When they're going through the test, you can't look at it this way. But now I can see what God is doing. It's something for me to write about. It's something for me to encourage others about and say, there is hope. You can get help. You are not alone. God is with you and you can get support. Mighty God. The perpetrators felt threatened and had insecurities. Some they were filled with pride, just consumed with pride and the need for power and the drive for power. Some are the evil characteristics and traits. One, because of favoritism by the employer, favoritism between the perpetrator and the employer. Stonewalling happened. That can happen. It didn't happen just to me. I saw it happen to others who had to leave the organization. And after they left the organization, what happened to them, right? We weren't bad employees. We were good employees. We were helpful. We were productive employees. We were liked. We shone. But then all of a sudden, we were bad if there was a disagreement and we became failures. Perpetrators also use known issues in the organization to their advantage. to impact the competence of the subordinates. When you don't know how to protect yourself, this can happen. I didn't know how to protect myself. I'm a spirit either. I did not set clear boundaries with people. Yeah, I would talk and there wasn't clear boundaries. Yeah, true, me I tell you the truth. Wasn't clear boundaries. Sometimes I was afraid to say no, or I felt that if I said no, it would hurt others, right? I would accept if I ask somebody for something and they say no. I say, okay, no problem. But if somebody asks me for something, sometimes I had an issue with saying no. I didn't learn the lesson the first time. And this I'm learning this week. Anytime I come and I present, God always shows or teaches or give me some debriefing of before. And I was supposed to learn this lesson 20 years ago. I didn't get everything in the lesson, so I had to retake the test. I left the organization before all the lessons were learned. The first time things started to happen to me, so the lessons were repeated. In other instances, the perpetrators needed training. The perpetrators were also bullied as children or were being bullied currently in their communities. Some, when you go on the road, you hear persons, external people calling them names and see, how they saw them, didn't see them in a positive light. They were being bullied by their supervisors too. Mighty God. Another thing that affects us is that we were ignorant of human and workplace rights. Both the leaders and the subordinates didn't know workplace rights, rules, laws, right? And of the existing of any workplace bullying and harassment policies. Sometimes, for some, they felt threatened because they thought I was bright because of my academic achievements and because of who they knew me to be and whatever awards I got in a former life or where we had met each other, that threatened them. Perpetrators also know that there was no official consequence for their conduct, so that facilitated it, right? And in other cases, I didn't stand up for myself because I thought that the perpetration action was a one-off situation and I just forgave and move on, just to realize that it's not a one-off situation, all right? So I'm wrapping up, Andrea, I know wrapping up. My last video on me. Hold on. I'm gonna have to skip some of these videos. As I'm on my closing slides.
Hi, this is Dr. Gary Namey. Today, let's have some fun talking about the bully's personality. Rise, and you've seen evil, and without a doubt, you've told us that. I know that, and some people seem to be. But let's leave that discussion for the theologians.
Let's flip this.
How about they're psychopaths? That's a very popular notion. Psychopaths are very, very dangerous people. They're the worst and rarest variety, without a doubt. Robert Hare is the expert on psychopathy, H-A-R-E. He learned all he knew from serial killers and rapists. So, is your bully a psychopath? Well, there's several characteristics that Hare discusses. They're glib and superficial, charming. They're con men and con women, They develop that. They perfect that technique. They're egocentric and grandiose. True, bullies are somewhat grandiose in that they believe they're so special. They have a lack of remorse or guilt. But Hare is talking about at the Ted Bundy level. Turns out a lot of mass murderers aren't even psychopaths. But it is interesting how bullies sleep at night, having gotten away with what they got away with during the day, isn't it? They have a general lack of empathy. They actually don't have a desire to have empathy. They don't want to get inside someone else's head, experience the world as they do, or feel what they feel, without a doubt, because they see that as a weakness. They're deceitful and manipulative. Their life is based on lies. They have a great pride in their predator status over you, the prey, without a doubt. They have shallow emotions. Goes along with empathy. They don't have any fear or anxiety or apprehension of the consequences of their actions. There's some neuroscience that backs that up. Their brains may be different. Their prefrontal cortex may be different than in other people. They don't anticipate the consequences of their actions. Second, psychopaths have a socially deviant lifestyle. They're impulsive, without a doubt. They have poor behavior control. You've seen that in your bullies, haven't you? how they can flip a switch and have these wild mood swings, seemingly inexplicable. We stand back in wonderment and amazement, but they're not so worthy of admiration. Please stop obsessing over the motivation of these bullies, okay? Psychopaths have a need for excitement and an intolerance of routines, and that's why most bullies are not psychopaths. They could not fulfill the obligations of turning up 9 to 5 on a daily basis. They just will not allow themselves to be so constrained. So Hare says he estimates that 1 in 100 executives are psychopaths, though. You see, without constraints, freedom to roam, to prey on others. Interesting concept. The next personality factor might be that your bully might have what's called an antisocial personality disorder, APD. Now, this is according to the Bible of Mental Disorders, the DSM-4TR, technical name, diagnostic, and statistical manual of mental disorders. Now, APD is a pervasive pattern of disregard for and violation of the rights of others, and it's a checklist model. In order to be APD, 3 or more of the following must be manifested: a deceitfulness, a conning of others simply for personal pleasure, an irritability or an aggressiveness as indicated by repeated assaults and conflicts, or reckless disregard for the safety of others, or a lack of remorse, being indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt or mistreated another person, or performing acts repeatedly that are grounds for arrest. Well, that's an interesting category there. Most bullies not only do not conduct themselves in an illegal manner, even their conduct's not illegal according to harassment laws. Now, in order for a person to be diagnosed with APD, they had to have shown that they were conduct disordered before the age of 15. In other words, if they'd been a childhood bully and antisocial as a child, always causing trouble, and then was never corrected, then in adulthood they could be a certifiable APD. Unfortunately, that's only between 2 and 4% of the general population, without a doubt. Antisocial is beyond crotchety. They're a thoroughly disruptive person. Another personality explanation is that your bully may have a narcissistic personality disorder, NPD. Now we look at the DSM-4 checklist for that, and we have to have 5 or more of the following: a belief that she or he is special and unique and can only be understood by and should only associate with other special or high status people. They're lofty, they're bigger than us, don't you see? Or sense of entitlement. They have unreasonable expectations of especially favorable treatment because, they're so special. And automatic compliance with his or her expectations by others. In other words, their sense of entitlement conveys that others need to be subservient. Or the person is interpersonally exploitative. They take advantage of others to achieve his or her own ends. In other words, zero-sum game. Or they lack empathy. Or they show arrogance through attitudes or behaviors, certainly a bully trait. Or they have a grandiose sense of self-importance. This is at the heart of all narcissism, that they exaggerate their achievements and talents and expect to be recognized as superior without earning it. There's no connection between performance and consequences. Or they're preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, or brilliance. Or, have we got our 5 yet? 5 or more? Okay, and the last in the checklist is, or the person is envious of others. Hey, there's a bully trait for you. Or believes that others are envious of him or her, or requires excessive admiration. Now, all bullies are narcissistic, and all self-centered, and all egocentric. But again, it's that magic 2 to 4% of the population that can appropriately be diagnosed as NPD. Well, the personality list ends here, because I think the best explanation, if you favor personality, is that they are Machiavellian. Yes. You see, Machiavellianism comes from the book The Prince, written by Niccolo Machiavelli during the Renaissance. He had been an advisor to princes. He was just a government worker. And he wrote down what he had observed, the way the rulers conducted themselves. They were powerful, tricky, and dishonest. And therefore, the term Machiavellian, to be Machiavellian, has come to mean to be unscrupulous, amoral, tricky, and manipulative. Psychologist Richard Christie created the Machiavellianism scale, personality scale. Christie believes that Machiavellians demonstrate a distorted view of human nature. Again, distorted emotions, lack of affect, lack of emotions. They see people as objects to be manipulated rather than as humans. So that, as you know, the bullying process is very dehumanizing. No conventional morality. They view all interactions as utilitarian. What's in it for me? No gross psychopathology. Unlike psychopaths, they are reality-based. However, evaluation of others and situations can be distorted by emotions. And they have no ideological commitment. No high-minded principles drive them. They focus exclusively on tactics. So there's the range of personality explanations, from evil to Machiavellian. And Machiavellians simply look ambitious. They appear ambitious. They're entirely normative and normal in our workplace culture. The way we do business of manipulating other people for personal gain, to play those zero-sum games of my advancement depends upon your defeat, is entirely normal and acceptable. This is sad, and it's not good that it's acceptable, but it's true.
So you understand now that there's a range of personalities. I am sure that some of us can identify with Machiavellianism and the narcissistic personality. The other disorder that's there, first time hearing it, right? I'm moving on to close off my presentation. I was going to go through workplace scenarios, but we don't have the time. But you can always go to the Workplace Bullying Institute and watch the videos that are there. All right. I may not be able to go into all of this, just spend 2 minutes and tell you about this. In 2018, I did a survey. I did a survey on the topic. I did a survey on the topic online. I used Google Forms and I got 70 respondents to a survey. I'm going to put the link. I'm going to put the link of this thing online for you to see. Just a minute. And I want you to go and read on the topic, workplace bullying. I did the survey. Most of the persons who responded were in Jamaica. Well, persons also responded, one from Bermuda, one from China as well. And the report was very, very interesting. I put it on my blog under a series called, trying to find it, under a series called The Jerk Boss. And it was quite revelatory. I will be doing another survey. I'm going to be sharing the updated survey. Please participate in the survey for me to be able to see what's the difference between 2017 and now. In the report that I did in 2017, it showed that 2017 survey, 72% of the bullies were supervisors, yeah? The boss, the owner, 39% colleagues. All this is written about in the survey. I want you to go to Drama Queen Chronicles blog. Hold on, somebody's mic is open. So please close, I can't see. Hold on, let me see something. Yeah. Let me just share the web address and you take it off. So I'm going to be putting up, this is the first blog that I did, so please hold on a second. Why is this doing this? What are you seeing? Are you seeing the website or are you seeing the PowerPoint?
Website.
You're seeing the website, okay. The funny thing is that, hold on. All right, so this is the old website, the old blog that I have, Drama Queen Chronicles at WordPress, Drama Queen Chronicles blog. I tried changing the name, that didn't work. So until I get a new blog up, that's it. DRAMAQUEENCHRONICLES blog.wordpress.com. Go on it, you can see the results. What was missing from it though is the part 2. So I'm going to do a new survey, and I will need your support, okay? As usual, there are limitations where people don't like doing surveys, okay? But I need your support to say, what is there a change in this season? Are we more informed about workplace bullying? 53% at that time knew about it, but the rest didn't know about it, right? Most persons knew of others being bullied in the workplace. Bullying was mostly observed in the public sector environment. 59% said yes. 37% female, 44% of the respondents said both male and female are bullies. So all this may be important to you. This may be important to you. Please go through it. All right. It was so harmful. It affected them in so many different ways. And many didn't even know the reason why they were bullied. All right. And sexual harassment was very small on the list. Was very, very small on the list. There were no policies. Right. And here in the survey, most of the respondents weren't even sure if a policy existed against workplace bullying. And that is sad. You're supposed to know if a policy existed against workplace bullying. All right. You are supposed to know. You are supposed to know. So in closing, I do have some recommendations for you. Hold on, not seeing the Zoom screen. My recommendation to you are be good to others, treat people well, beware of people's, trust your instinct. Before signing work contracts, if at all possible, learn industrial rights, labor laws, ask future employees, if you know, or persons you know who work there, about the working hours. If there's a union, make sure you get the job description so you really see what you're expected to do before you sign that work contract, because you don't want to sign something that you don't even know what you're getting yourself into, right? Verify if there's anything hidden, if there's a general clause that is in an employment policy or a handbook that you wouldn't get at the interview, or that is not in the employment contract that can be used as a trap. Because sometimes we become in a trap when we're employed, and because we need the money, because we need the job, because we left another job to go to that job, we can't leave just like that. So before you leave one workplace and you leave your sense of security for another, please ensure that you're not walking into a trap. Is there any other duty clause in the contract, and what does that mean? Does it mean any other duty that relates to your core job function? Or does it mean that you can jump from being an administrator to being the office attendant? So verify these things. Read upon the topic. Leaders lead. Don't be a bully. Don't be a control freak. Don't be intimidating. Don't be a warmonger. Don't be a micromanager or a shark. Leaders and subordinates, develop healthy work relationship, develop emotional intelligence, do occupational health and safety training, and include this topic as a part of it. Okay. Employers and leaders develop consequences to deter perpetrators at all levels. For those who have health insurance access, ensure that psychological treatment for staff is included in it. Ensure that leaders get supervisory management and human relations training. And for those who have been victims, get healing and deliverance that can help you Perpetrators get counseling and healing too, because it is hurting people hurt people. Hurting people hurt people. Perpetrators in many cases were hurt and they think it's okay to do. It's not everybody just have a maleficent character or it's narcissistic, right? So get healing and get professionalism training, right? So later on, here is my email address, bizcoachja@gmail.com. If you're willing to participate in the survey, feel free to email me. But I'm going to put it into the chat on YouTube. You can get the form from there to participate in it. All answers are confidential. You don't need to put your name. Okay, you won't need to put your name on it. Just share with me your experience. And know that I don't endorse workplace bullying and harassment because it's dangerous, harmful, and costly. It affects both genders. It occurs in both private and public institutions. Know your rights, observe, and take a stand against oppression today. That is my presentation, everybody. Thank you so much. Longer than I thought it would be. But thank you for having me. And do enjoy the next presentation that's coming up. Get your pen and get your books, right? We're going to be in school right now learning about leadership. Thank you so much. Do you have any questions, by the way, ladies on the line? Anything? What are your thoughts about this presentation? You learn anything? Those on the line, those watching on TikTok, what are your thoughts? Prophetess, welcome. What are your thoughts? Those on Facebook, what are your thoughts? You're muted. You can unmute now. What are your thoughts? I guess nothing to say. Andrea, are you ready? Hi. All right, so let me share Javi's story. I don't know if Zoom has frozen. Andrea? Let me wait for Andrea to come on. Anita, what are your thoughts? Let me know what you think about the presentation so far. Carlin, you missed my entire presentation on workplace bullying and harassment. I shared some stories. We had some persons here on, yes, I can see your face now. We had some persons here on TikTok sharing too. Javi is saying that based on his understanding, he supervised and established a habit of indoctrinating the male recruits who worked in the office. Terry was saying she had an experience too. And the place fired her after working first. All right, I hear the feedback. Mute for a moment, Andrea, please. Just for a moment until I hand over. Javi is saying he refused to accept the perpetrator's morally depraved lifestyle, right? And to go with him to support what he does. And he started harboring intense malice against him because of it. Whoa. Then the pervert started a discriminating rumor. Wow. And started to circulate the gossip. He made his life hell. So this is male to male. He incited other employees to target him, cut his work hours. Wow. Just because he stood up for his moral principles and would submit to his indoctrination. So that's it. Andrea, your video is off now. You're back? Okay.
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
All right. Thank you so much, Lisa Ann. Thank you for that presentation too. because as we look at the topic, Leaders Arise, we are going to look at treatment which will result in persons feeling empowered, in organizations achieving their objectives, in leaders being effective. So it's the opposite of what you just shared. Let me just thank
happy
for inviting me to speak at your leadership webinar, 2023 Business Meet and Greet Leadership Webinar. It's really a pleasure. Lisa Ann has been a friend, a colleague, and it's really a pleasure to support her in this venture. The one thing I know about Lisa Ann is that she loves the Lord, she loves ministry, and she loves business. So this is another of our initiatives, which will definitely highlight all of those. All right, so I love the theme, Leaders Arise. I love the theme, Lisa Ann. We're going to talk about what leaders do and who leaders are, but I want to pinpoint just in my introduction the word arise. When you think of arise, you think of something that maybe is dormant, maybe somewhat latent, maybe has potential, but the potential is not fully actualized. So when we think of the word arise, we're thinking of something that exists, that is going to optimize its potential. And that's what I would like to do today in terms of leaders. So I believe that on the platform, persons who are going to be listening to this presentation, that you are leaders in your right. However, we want to make sure that you are able to demonstrate those leadership skills in whatever you do. So in the next couple of minutes, I will be providing you with leadership principles that will help you to arise. And I'm going to reinforce our learning with some activities. So I look forward to you participating, and I'm sure Lisa will also share your feedback as I go along. All right, so specifically, what are we going to look at? We're going to look at defining what leadership is, and we're going to make some distinctions, because one of the things I want to say is that persons have different perception of who a leader is. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about why leadership, what's the rationale, why do we need a leader, and what does a leader do? We're also going to look at what should a leader do, what type of character and characteristics and competencies should a leader have. And we're going to look at how do you demonstrate your leadership, what type of style, and what are some of the strategies that leaders can use to develop themselves to be more effective. All right, so let me start in terms of the distinctions and the definition. All right, so I want you to think about or identify a person who you do not know personally, but who you regard as a leader. I'll just give you a few seconds to think about that. Somebody you do not know, but who you regard as a leader. And I'm going to pick on Lisa and Jody as they are with me. Anybody comes to mind, Lisa Ann?
Lisa Hannah was the first person that came to mind.
Lisa Hannah, wonderful. And why do you say that?
I just see how people gravitate towards her, not just because of her beauty, but because she has an excellent spirit, and she is a leader. People follow her, people follow leaders. She's different, right? She has a voice, she's influential.
Wonderful. All right. Thank you. All right. So we have Einstein here. Some persons may regard him as a leader. Different world leaders may come to mind as persons reflect on this. Thanks for that, Lisa. All right. Now, I'm not finished. I have another one. So I want you now to also think about somebody who you know personally and who you regard as a leader. Some persons may think about a grandmother. Some persons may think about a mother. Some persons may think about a teacher. Some persons might think about a pastor, their father, long list of persons who you know and who you regard as a leader. And if I were to ask you what is the reason for that, some persons might speak to the fact that they influence them, they are good role models, and some of those reasons.
Yes.
So let's talk about, before I get into a definition as to who a leader is, I want us to look at some of the assumptions that we make about leaders. So let's talk about some distinctions now. Let's distinguish who a leader is not. So a leader is not about or the same as position. Some persons think that if you're a leader, you must be the head of an organization, you must be the head, or you must head a unit. So they link leadership to a position. And I want to challenge that to say that when you're a leader, it's not necessarily about a position. You may have a position which will allow you to demonstrate your influence to a larger group of persons, but it's not the same thing. Leadership is not about power. And if you were following the first presentation made by Lisa Ann, she spoke about basically abuses of power. When people believe that because they are in control, they should treat people in a way that demeans them, that lowers their dignity. That's not leadership. And this may come across as being different to some persons because we probably have been socialized to believe that once you are a leader, you should show your power in such a way that is controlling and you show that you are in command. Yes. However, throughout the presentation, you will find that power is not necessarily a bad thing, but if you're not using power effectively, it will diminish what it is that you ultimately want to achieve. People will lose motivation, people will eventually leave the cause, and so you will not be effective in what you do. Now, a leader is not the same as a manager. A manager tends to be positional, it's linked to a position. And the role of a manager is, to carry out certain functions, which include planning, it includes organizing, it also includes leading. And it means that really a manager should be a good leader, but it's not the same thing. You can have a manager who is not a good leader, but we would want to know that all our managers are really effective leaders. And I hope that, from this presentation, if there are managers on, that they can develop further their leadership skills. Management is also about controlling, ensuring that whatever your goal is, you're looking at how is it that you are meeting those goals. So we are going to take, we're not going to link now, we're not saying that because you're a manager, you're a leader. And in a short while, I'll explain who a leader is. Leadership, being a leader is not about charisma. When we talk about charisma, we talk about appeal. There are some persons as they walk into the room, you see them as this influential person. It's not just about somebody who is articulate and who can, just get a crowd all excited. It's much more than that. And some leaders have been able to use charisma effectively, but you can be a leader without being charismatic.
Wow.
It's not about personality. We tend to think that if you're an extrovert, some persons think that if you're an extrovert, that this will make you a great leader. There are introverts who have been great leaders, because when we talk about who a leader is, we're going to recognize that regardless of your personality, you can be effective if you understand the essence of leadership. It's not about status, right? So you're not aspiring to be a leader because you want to be popular, you want to be famous. It's not about that. It's much more, and we'll talk about that. All right, so if these are your impressions of leaders, let's challenge that today as we look at what a leader, who a leader really is. Can be that some of these apply, no doubt about that, but it's not dependent on that.
Great.
All right. Sorry, so let's look at who is a leader. And I have some definitions here. Just excuse me for 1 minute.
Okay. Welcome Friday. We are at Leaders Arise webinar. We did our first presentation on workplace harassment and bullying, and now we're looking on type of leadership. So,
Thank you for that,
sorry.
Lisa.
Yes, we didn't get to introduce our speaker. My sincere apologies. This is Mrs. Andrea Toussaint, our leadership specialist. She's a leadership and development manager. I hope I got your title right. If not, please correct me. This is her love. She's also a human resource specialist as well. She's a manager. She's a leader. She's known to be a leader. From I met Andrea how many years now, she has been a manager operating in that capacity. And she is also a teacher. It's embedded in her system to train. So here she's teaching us today about leadership, and who better than someone with so many years of experience as a leader. And I'm so honored to have her. She's free to introduce her background. Maybe she can do it when she finishes the lesson. Let us see. It's up to her. Thank you so much. You can go again.
All right, thanks for that, Lisanne. All right, so when we talk about a leader, who is a leader? And I have some definitions here. It's one who can understand people's motivations and enlist participation in a way that marries the individual needs and interests to the group's purpose. So the leader understands people, you understand what motivates people, and you're able to get them actively participating in whatever is the purpose of the group. That's one definition. Another one says it's a person who influences a group of people towards the achievement of a goal. So there must be a goal, and you would have to have people, and the leader is able to influence these persons towards achieving the goal. And the third one I have here says, a leader is one who guides others and motivates them to achieve specific goals towards accomplishing the vision. That's who a leader is. All right, so from those definitions, definitely there's a common feature then of it's a person. The leader is a person, right? And there's a vision, there is a bigger purpose, there are bigger goals. The leader has to work with people. So when you talk about leading or leadership, it's a social process. It's not, if you're a one-man person, if you're leading nobody, then you are not a leader. You have to lead people. And you lead people through influence. You are able to influence persons to achieve the goal. Now, what we're going to discuss is that hopefully you're not seeking to command and control. That's not how you're seeking to influence. But over the influence that I want to advocate for today is influence which builds resourcefulness and influence which causes people to want to commit to something without force, because they have bought into the vision and they see their role in helping the group in the organization to realize its vision. And that can be done through the positive influence of a leader. So in order for a leader to exist, there must be a vision, you have to have people, and you have to have influence. Those are the three basic components of a leader. All right, so according to Frederick Arnando, we are all leaders. Leadership is not a position. Leadership is a mindset. So for persons who are listening, who may say, but I am not heading any organization or any unit, does this apply to me? I would say yes, because leadership is about your attitudes, your beliefs, the values that determine who you are and how is it that you influence people. So a mindset leader has tapped into those values and beliefs and you are able to positively influence others. Now, all of us have influence. All of us have influence. The span of influence might be different, but we have influence. And in the same way that we can have good influence, we can also have negative influence, all right? So the mindset of a leader is that I am going to be leading myself first, and then I will be able to effectively lead others. So for the mindset leader, you're not based, your leadership is not based on a position. However, when you think about a former leader, the former leader has to have a title behind the name: head of corporate services, manager of this firm, or you have to be, you have a title or a supervisor. For a mindset leader, you do not have to have that title. So your informal leaders who may not, be heading any particular organization, but we know, I'm sure you know of persons who are informal leaders, but they can be very effective because they are great mindset leaders. Mm-hmm. Now, in terms of responsibility, the formal leader gets the responsibility from the title, the job, the position they have. However, the mindset leader takes responsibility. So you do not have to be assigned a responsibility, because a mindset leader has a purpose, and therefore they're going to take responsibility in order to achieve that purpose. The formal leader is accountable because it goes with the job. However, the mindset leader is proactive, not because of any formal position, but again, because of what they see as their calling, as their vocation, as something that they have committed to. So the formal leader is just a few persons who would have the title and the positions. However, when we talk about a mindset leader, that applies to everyone, and all of us can be a mindset leader because of how we think and how we view yourselves. So the authority for the mindset leader lies in you, in who you are, yourself as a person, rather than for the former leader where the authority lies in the role. So you take away the role, the person doesn't have any authority. For the mindset leader, whether you have a formal role and title and position or not, you are still a leader because of that authority that comes from within. So when I talk about leaders arise, I am talking about all of us to arise in terms of having that mindset and positive influence, which will help us to achieve whatever we believe is our purpose, our goal, ultimately our vision. All right. So based on what I just said, my question then would be, who is the leader? Who is the leader in these pictures? First picture is one of a family, and we see a mother, father, and children. Who is the leader there? The next picture shows maybe a church setting where we have somebody at the podium who could be maybe the pastor or the leader, or who's leading in some way. Mm-hmm. The next picture shows a circle of persons. One person's at a laptop and somebody's seeming to direct. Is the person who is pointing and directing the leader, or is it the person who is seated and who is doing? Or is it that the leader is just sitting around and listening and providing support? Mm-hmm. And we have another picture where we have a circle, and here are all the persons around the circle, and it would be very difficult to pinpoint who is the leader just based on how they are positioned. Now, based on what I just said, who do you think is a leader in these pictures? All of us are leaders, and the different individuals in their own rights are leaders. So let me just take the example of in the home, it may be the father, but it doesn't mean that the mother is also a leader. The children can also be leaders when they go to school, and they may see certain types of behavior or things may need to be done. The leader, although a child, can help to influence others to achieve a particular goal. So I want us to change the narrative from thinking that you have to be in a position to be a leader, recognizing that all of us, there's leadership, that all of us, we are leaders in our own right. So the question is, how are we being as a leader? How are we being as a leader? So being a leader is not about what we do. It is first about who we are. All right, so I hope then that everybody is convinced that you are in the right place and you need to arise because you are a leader. Now, why is it that we need leaders and what should a leader do? There is a concept of shared leadership where it's not necessarily, leadership doesn't necessarily lie in one person, but generally if there is a cause, you need someone who is going to direct. Because unless roles are established and there is no responsibility, then everybody may be in charge and nobody is in charge. When things are to be done, then, and it's everybody's role to do it, then nobody will do it because they do not see it as their responsibility. So in organizations and in life, you need someone who is able to guide the process towards achieving your goal. It doesn't mean that the leader has to do everything all the time, but it is the leader is a guide.
Okay.
All right. So what are some of the roles of a leader? And I use a model known and widely used in leadership circles called the DAC model, DAC. D stands for direction, A for alignment, and commitment. So this model of leadership highlights what are the roles of a leader. The leader provides a vision, a goal. The leader provides something that persons are working towards. Now, sometimes a leader can have the vision, have the goals, but it is not shared. And so one of the roles of a leader is to share the vision so that people understand the vision or the goal and they know what it is that they are working towards. So the leader has a role in providing clear, very, very clear direction. Now, in order though to provide that clear direction, the leader has to be very clear on his or her goals. What is it that you want to achieve? What is your vision? So if there are persons who maybe have a ministry that you want to, that you lead, you have to be very clear about what is it that you want to achieve. What is that future that you are working towards? If you are not clear on that, then people may have a challenge following you because they need clarity, they need understanding. So the model also looks at alignment, and the leader is the person who brings everything together to achieve whatever the goal is. So think of it as you're making a cake and you have different ingredients all around. The leader is that person who puts everything together, coordinates the different activities, assign roles, because it doesn't mean you're doing everything, right? But you're assigning roles, you're providing the resources, you are looking at your processes and bringing all the different parts together so that your organization can function as a whole seamlessly. The leader also is about inspiring commitment, getting people motivated about the cause, whatever the cause is, encouraging people to make the extra effort to accomplish the vision. So you're getting people on board and they are excited, but they are also responsible. They see themselves as being responsible for achieving whatever the goal is. So it's not standing aside and watching the leader accomplish. They see their role and take their role seriously to help the team to achieve the goal. So the leader has a particular role in fostering commitment on the part of the leader. And we know that in some organizations, ministries, there is a direction, and the leader may try to coordinate, may try to align the different parts, but unless there is commitment, the team will not function effectively. The outcomes will not be obtained, achieved optimally if you do not have as many persons on board with a high level of commitment.
Commitment.
Very, very important.
Important, yes.
And so what we are going to be looking at is, how do we get this level of commitment? How do we get people to believe in us as a leader and to believe in our cause? How do we influence? How do we lead others in such a way that they will get this high level of commitment? So I think this is a good follow-on from the first presentation, because I heard coming out of what was being said, terms like character. And I want to start there. Sometimes when we think of leadership, we'd say the leader should do this, the leader should do that. I want to start by saying that in order to be an effective leader, it begins with who you are. When you are clear as to who you are, when you have worked through your values, etc., then you will be able to demonstrate certain characteristics. And we are going to talk about some of the competencies that also need to be developed as a leader. So this is talking about now, how is it that you become now this leader? And it begins for me with character. When we talk about character, we are talking about moral and ethical qualities of an individual. And these moral and ethical principle qualities, it is a combination of several things: the person's traits, values, beliefs, principles that guide behavior and decision making. So some of what Lisanne spoke about in the presentation before about workplace harassment would go back to the essence of who those leaders are. What were their ethical principles? What are some of the things that they valued? And because they had these values, it determined how they behaved. And we see that it is negative. So we want to reverse that and to ensure that as leaders, we have character. Very difficult word to find used in the literature today.
Yes.
Because people want to move away from that word. It suggests, goes back, maybe refers back to the old days and Bible and Christianity and so on.
Necessary.
And the world is moving in a very secular way. So character is a word that you hardly hear about it. So when Lisanne used it this morning, I smile. But it is a foundation. It is a foundation from which you are. And so I just want to share some things about character. And the first one says character is the essence of who you are as a person and as a leader. And it is based on your values. I want to say that last sentence again. Your character is based on your values. So we're going to talk a little bit more about values. Character is who you are. Your reputation is what others think of you. So reputation is important, don't get me wrong. But if your character is right, then the reputation will follow. We don't just want to get the reputation without having the character as the foundation, as the source of your being. All right. So some other things about character. They say the truth of your character is expressed through the choice of your actions. So it is your actions that are determined, as we said, by your character. It's a character that determines how it is that you behave. And character makes trust possible. And trust is the foundation of leadership. And this was said by John C. Maxwell, a guru as it relates to leadership. So if we want persons to follow us, if you want to be able to foster that level of commitment, it is going to come because people trust you. Trust is very important in leadership. And that is going to be based on the type of character that you demonstrate. And this one says, character matters. Character matters. Leadership descends from character. So we want to begin with character as our source, as the foundation, the bedrock for who you are as a leader. All right. So in looking at character, we said it's those character traits, it's those values, those beliefs that are the essence of who you are. I want to talk a little bit about values, and values are beliefs that people have about what is important to them. What is important to them. So my question then is, what is important to you? What are your 3 top values as a leader, as a person? What are your top 3 values? And if you're able to communicate that to Lisa Ann, please do that. What are your top 3 values?
What are your top 3 values? Say it in the chat, guys. Say it in the Facebook chat. Say it in the TikTok chat. And for those who are on the Zoom, I'm not able to currently see the YouTube. So come on over, guys. What are your top 3 values as a leader?
While you think about it, I just want to share some values. It's not, this list is by no means exhaustive, but these are some values that people have. Which ones are your top 3? Or maybe you may have others. Some people value education, and
yes, that's high on my list.
That some people's faith, what they believe in, their value, their Christianity, or whatever you believe in.
Family.
Some people say family. Some people believe in health and wellness, and they're very strong on that. Some people it's leisure, they live for leisure. Some people it's money.
Money, power.
Some persons it's power. Some person is popularity. For others, they are about creative lifestyle, and it's about creativity. For some persons, it's humility, it's integrity, it's honesty. Others is compassion. Others is service. And I heard Lisa talk about her how much she values justice. Some people it's justice, right? Fairness.
A relationship.
Relationship. All of these things. So my question to you is, what are your top 3 values? And depending on what your values are, I will dare to say to you that that is going to influence how you demonstrate your leadership.
Oh, wow.
What are your top 3 values?
Respect, integrity, and love from Galaxy X.
Wonderful, 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 wonderful. That's good to know. All right. And you're going to see how your values will influence how your style of leadership, right, and other things that you will place as priority in your life. All right. You can feel free to still I move on, but you can still, send in your comments. So we said character is a foundation. And when you have the right foundation, then the right characteristics will emanate from your character. And these are some of the key characters in leadership. And these are from the Center for Creative Leadership, several of them, and I'm sure you may be aware of them. The first one is integrity. And when we talk about integrity, we are talking about being able to do the right things, and do the right things even when nobody else is looking, right? Some persons will do the right things when they are in a particular setting, but when they are, by themselves, you would not see these. It's about delegation. Delegation here is talking about, yes, providing the opportunities for others to provide support and to share in the responsibility, but it's not just about that. What delegation does is that it shows the confidence that you have in others, and it builds, it empowers others. So if you take on everything in your organization, in your ministry, you want to do everything, then ultimately others will not be developed and others will not grow, because everything will be centered around you, right? So delegation here is also referring to the fact that you're going to be empowering people to be the best and to be actively involved in whatever your area is. But even within the home.
What if you delegate and they don't want to do what was delegated? How do you manage that?
And that happens. So again, you have to use your influence to communicate, and that's the next one, communicate the vision, communicate the purpose, communicate what is happening to people, because communication also involves listening, asking questions, hearing from people. What is it that they want? What are some of their concerns? Why is it that they would not want to participate in this? Or maybe what you're assigning to them may not be their strength or their interest. So when you communicate, you are able to align the interest of the person with what it is that needs to be done. All right. So delegation is very important. And sometimes people may not give support because of several reasons. And we have to use communication to unearth some of those reasons. All right. Self-awareness is very important. As an individual, we have to be aware of who we are as a leader. Some persons, and we're going to do a little activity shortly, which is going to speak about self-awareness, but we have to know ourselves, who we are, and that's when we can lead effectively, when we know who we are and where we are coming from. That's the best way in which we can lead effectively. Then there is gratitude, and this one may be, and it sounds a little different to some persons, but gratitude comes from a place of thanksgiving. And we find that persons who have gratitude, they have a particular spirit which is winsome. They appreciate others, and that's how they're going to get the commitment, because people, they are grateful in themselves, but they also show and pass on this gratitude to others. Persons who with character also have learned agility, and what this means is that they are willing to learn from situations. They become wise because they are applying what it is that they learn. So in order to have a good character, there has to be some amount of openness to learning. We can't just believe that this is the way it has been. I mean, I'm not talking about foundational values now, right? Or virtues, but I'm thinking in terms of how we do things. We have to be open to learning. It's about influence, as we said, and influence in a positive way. It's about empathy, where you're able to understand people and put yourself in their shoes, understand what is happening to them. And oftentimes when you are able to understand people, then it will help you to know how to motivate and how to inspire those persons. If you are not connected to what people need and what are their interests and so on, then you will not be able to positively influence. Character is about courage, and this word is hardly used again these days, whereby it's about your ability to take appropriate action. It's not necessarily the absence of fear, because leaders move, even though they are fearful at times, they take the courage and have the courage to take appropriate action. Boldness. So for example, boldness, yes. So for example, you are in a situation where your followers may be trying to influence you to do something that is wrong. Or how is it that you deal with that? Do you just fit in with the crowd to avoid conflict, or to, maintain your leadership or maintain your followership, the people are following you, to maintain the numbers? You say, boy, I'm going to keep this quiet. I'm not going to take any actions. When we talk about character, it's about courage. And many great leaders have failed because of the lack of courage. When we think about, even in business, when we think about the fallout in the 1990s, in the analysis that has followed, the fact that many of them knew what was wrong, right? In the financial markets, they knew what was wrong, but some didn't have the courage to speak out against it. It could be abuse in the workplace. It's having that courage to take action. Character also involves respect. And I heard that coming out as somebody's values, one of the values, something that you hold dear. And it's being able to value people regardless of who they are. So we tend as a society to show respect to persons who are in high position. but it's recognizing that as a human being, every human being deserves respect. How is this linked to leadership? If you don't respect persons, then your style of leadership is going to demonstrate that. And all of that goes back to your character.
Wow.
All right.
I'm floored because this is such a divine session, Andrea. This word character came up, was it on Thursday, I think? And I was floored because I was wondering what element of character, was needed to focus on. What element of character was I even missing, right? And it bothered me so much. I didn't know all these elements. And the perspective upon which I was looking on character was just negative elements to say, okay, values, did I do something wrong? And I'm here seeing something simple as communication and self-awareness. Me not knowing that maybe naivety based on how I was raised or so could even impact my leadership and me as an employee, impacted my character, mighty God. So I'm learning and I'm so thankful.
No problem, no problem. So, the question has to come back to us. How am I being? What is my character? And, none of us is perfect. So I'm not coming with an ideal list here, but it's about bringing awareness that this is how I ought to be. So if I have gaps, what can I do? What areas do I need to work on? And we're going to end the session by looking at a little action plan in terms of what is it that I need to work on? So we might have to come back to this and pick up on some of these areas in terms of characteristics of a leader that we need to work on. Some persons will lack gratitude. We get so upset when things don't go our way. We don't appreciate the good things that we have in our lives, the people we have in our lives. And sometimes that drives them away from the cause, drives them away from the vision, drives them away from the purpose, because we don't treat persons in a very appreciative way and we don't recognize them for who they are. So the aim here is not to make anybody feel bad or say, I can't do this leadership thing. It's saying that this is what is expected. What can I do to improve on my own character? And this is a lifelong process, because it's a journey in which we are always learning, always growing. And that is the intention from this presentation.
Whoa.
Could
it be that we needed to be taught this from childhood?
All right, so that goes to my next topic. No, we are looking at factors influencing character formation. Right on target, right? And there are several factors, and those who are listening and viewing can think of their own situation and some of the factors that would have influenced them. I have been having some conversation with some colleagues, and one of the things that came to the fore was just our religious beliefs, the faith that we have and how that influences our character formation. For persons of faith, you're talking about, you being guided by what the word of God says. It said, may integrity and honesty protect me, for my hope is in you. These things are in the Bible, Whoever walks in integrity walks securely, but he who makes his way crooked will be found out. We rejoice in our suffering, so that suffering produces endurance, and endurance produces what? Character. And character produces hope. It is what we believe, right, that influences how is it that we behave. And this one we know, finally, brethren, whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is commendable, if there is any excellence, if there is anything worthy of praise, think about these things. So these are the beliefs that will drive how it is that we demonstrate our character. But there are other factors. There's family, how we were socialized, the experiences we had within our family. These influence our character, our personal preferences. So persons might grow up in a family and the family may have certain values, but you have your own preference. Your family may value family traditions, for example, but you value money. And so, that's
Mm.
different. Your personality type. Whereas, as a leader, as I said before, there is no personality that says that you are going to be a better leader than the other. But the truth is there are some persons in terms of their personality may be domineering. There are some persons who may have personality disorders. And I think, Lisa, in your last video, it showed some of those personality disorders which will affect character, narcissism, etc. Right? These will affect how persons relate to others, because leadership is about also how you relate to others, right? In order for you to influence them. It's a school, your educational institutions that you may have attended. It's about your community where you reside. It's about mass media, what has come at you through television, radio, and nowadays, social media, the internet.
Influence.
Right, it's also our own experiences that we would have had. All of these influence our character. However, I want to say that regardless of what the influences have been, that today provides the opportunity for us to look at self and know the areas and work on the areas that will help us to be a better person so that we can be a better leader.
So it's not that we're bad people. We just have flaws that need to be worked on because of character deficiencies.
Definitely, definitely. So we spoke about character, and we know there's poor character and there is good character. So I just gave these examples of behaviors which demonstrate poor character. So somebody who is arrogant and self-serving. And many persons believe that in order to be a leader, it's about you, it's about who you are, your interest, and so on. And so the character is based on selfishness, and that will therefore be demonstrated in how you treat people. In some cases of poor character, you see practices of deception, breaches of agreement. You say one thing, but you do something. You commit to do something by a certain time, and you just ignore the timeline that you gave the person. You deal unfairly. You're partial. You're not objective and fair. You shift blame to others. As a leader, as a person of good character, you have to accept responsibility. If somebody did something wrong, you're going to deal with it, but you can't be blaming the person because you are the leader. You have to take responsibility, even for what the persons who report to you do.
Wow.
Poor character diminishes others' dignity. And I think Lisa shared in her segment would have shared some of those ways in which she felt diminished and her dignity was affected. It neglects fellowship development. So you're focusing on yourself and you're not developing people who are a part of your group. You don't seek to develop others. You withhold support and help because your character is poor. Your value system, going back to what your values are. If your values are centered around yourself, then anything to promote self over others will be the type of behaviors that may follow. And in cases of poor character, you lack the courage to confront unjust acts. And we know that, sometimes people don't act because of fear of, harassment, as you shared, Lisa. But this is something that we have to work on.
Victimization.
Yes. You have to pray about it because, sometimes you may not do the thing, but you are affiliated with it in some way. So you have to be able to speak out about it.
And of it, you shut up, so you're just as bad to sometimes,
Exactly. Yes, definitely. All right. So behaviors that demonstrate good character, humility, concern for the greater good, where it's not just about you, it's about the cause, whatever the vision is that you're working towards. Honesty, being straightforward. You fulfill your commitment, your word is your bond. If you say you're going to do this, you do it. These are some ways, in which, by what I'm saying basically is that by demonstrating good character, you're able to influence persons positively. You strive for fairness, you take responsibility, you show respect to all, you encourage and develop others, you serve others, and you show courage to stand up for what is right. These are the foundation for being for demonstrating a good character. And we're saying that that is the foundation of who you are, your sense of being as a person.
Wow.
All right. So when we talk about competencies, we're talking about the knowledge, skills, and abilities that you should demonstrate. And there are some competencies that, you know, characterize a leader. A leader should demonstrate these. Now, none of us are perfect. And again, we are not perfect in all of these areas. So I'm sharing them with the view that you will seek to develop your own competencies as a leader. And I talk at the end about ways in which you can do that. So demonstrating ethics and integrity, going back to what we discussed in character, is an integral part of leading self. You have to be able to lead yourself before you can lead others. So it goes back to what we just said. You have to be able to display drive and purpose. You must have a purpose as a leader. If you don't have a purpose, then, you know, chances are persons will maybe following some negative influence. You want to increase your capacity to learn. All of us as leaders should be learning, seeking to improve self. The way you are last year should not be the same way you are today. And I want to just dispel this thinking. That's who I am, you know, so me stay. Yes, there are certain trends and all of us have our own personality. But if there are areas which are negative that need to be improved, we can't just sit and accept it. We are saying that as a leader of self, you have to work on those things. You have to manage your emotions, right? You have to seek to increase your self-awareness, and you have to develop your own adaptability because the world around us is changing. And so we have to be able to adapt to different situations and adapt to the times.
Wow.
All right, you have to be able to lead others. And how do you do that? You have to communicate effectively. And these are ways in which you develop your ability to influence as well, right? You have to be able to develop others. Don't just keep all the knowledge and skills to yourself. Share it. Build up the reservoir of skill sets within your group. You want to value differences. And as I speak here, as leaders sometimes, and I'm not thinking of things that are wrong, but sometimes there are just different ways to do things. Sometimes we are accustomed and stuck to one way, and we don't listen to the different views and opinions of others. And sometimes when persons share those differences, guess what? It makes us feel insecure and try to shut up these persons. And at the end of the day, our organization, our unit, our ministry is worse off because the perspective of others that was intended to build up, to edify the group is missing because people just go quiet, just do as they were told. And sometimes as leaders, we have to accept that we do not have all the answers. We are not always right in terms of, you know, the strategy and so on. So we have to value and listen to others. Ultimately, you have to make decisions, and you will not always make decisions based on all the different views coming at you. However, you must value them. You must acknowledge them, because if you don't, people will not share them. All right, you have to build and maintain relationships. I have heard of too many instances of leaders, and this is in the church, in different ministries, where the relationship skills are poor. Directed again, going back to character. Sometimes there's insecurity. Sometimes there are some of those negative influences. And so it affects the way we relate to others. As a leader, you have to be able to relate to different personalities, and recognize that, you know, people are on the growth path. And sometimes you would want everybody to be perfect, but until we get to heaven, that will not be the case. But how is it that we can still work with others, and then not for us to regress and behave in some negative ways that people behave towards us? But again, I'm going back to character. You're still able to maintain your character, because people don't build relationships with persons who they don't trust. And remember, we said that character is the foundation of trust building. You have to be able to manage teams and work groups. In terms of if you're leading an organization, You have to be able to manage change because change is around you. You have to be able to solve problems and make decisions. You have to manage the politics, people have different views and, the politicking and the power struggles. You have to be able to manage that and positively influence. You have to take risk and innovate. You have to set up vision and your strategy. That's important. You have to manage what is happening. If it is an area, you have to be knowledgeable in the area in which you are. So if you're in business, you need to have the necessary skills. If you are in ministry, you need the ministry skill. Whatever you're doing, you need to have the technical skills. And you have to understand how to navigate the organization. So these are some of the skills and competencies that are needed if you are leading an organization. No,
a lot of work.
Yes.
Like only for work.
Yes, definitely. All right. And remember, we're saying lead where you are. So you may not be the leader of the organization, but within your sphere of influence in terms of what you are doing, you should be able to manage change. If you can't manage change as an individual, then you can lead others in managing change. When there's new technology, when new technology presents itself, or there is a change in what your customers are requiring, you have to know how to be able to adapt and to still be able to serve. So these are some of the things that we need. And, I can just say no, that in terms of competency, you may need to do a course, attend webinars like these. You can go on YouTube, or you can use the internet is there. You have different search engines. You can enroll formally in a course that will help you to deliver. You can also learn from others, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. All right, so I want to, because self-awareness is so important, I want us to just look at this tool called the Johari window, used a lot in leadership, also in business in some instances. So it has 4 windows. One is the open window, what you know about yourself and what is known by others. So for example, you're a kind person. Everybody knows that you are kind, right? Or it could be that you're a mean person, right? You know you're mean and others know that you're mean based on what you do. There is the hidden window. So it's what you know about yourself, but what is not known by others. So somebody may display certain characteristics, and you may just see those. Those are the observable things. But what you don't know is who the person is, what are some of their struggles, what are some of the experiences they have had. So for example, somebody who is aggressive, who comes across as being very aggressive, that person could have been abused. That person could have, had terrible experiences. Maybe they had to deal with somebody who was also very aggressive, and the bully that Lisan spoke about. So what we don't know is oftentimes what is below the surface that influences behavior. And I want to say that as an individual, there are many things we hold on to. And you will say, I'm not going to tell anybody this. But the question I ask is, how is that thing affecting how you present yourself to others? How does it affect your own ability to lead? Because you may think, I'm not telling anybody, but it shows up in some negative behaviors that will detract from your own leadership. So sometimes some of those things, we may have to get help, maybe a counselor, maybe just by confiding in someone, depending on what the issue is, just by talking about it, it may be a source of help for you. But we have to be careful about those things that we hold on to, that especially negative things that will affect the way in which we show up to others. Watch out for those things in the hidden window. And I would ask, what are some of the things in your hidden window? What is it that others don't know about you that may be affecting you negatively? Jot it down somewhere.
You want to share it?
And yes, you can. If anybody wants to share it, that they may do so. But we have to explore and examine self in terms of what is it that is in my hidden window.
That in the hidden window for me, something similar to what you just said, which I didn't really process until recently, that because of the trauma, once I see like the same type of characteristic or trait within an individual coming at me with aggression,
Yes.
depression, or the control, I will get defensive and I will put up my shield and my barrier, right? And sometimes people don't even understand what they're doing, or maybe the intent may be deliberate or not be deliberate, but then I'm learning the lesson to protect self because of the past and what happened and how damaging it was for me.
Right.
Right.
And sometimes we have to get help in terms of, those traumatic things that will be in the window to help to unearth it so that you can move on. Because some persons are stuck in that window, they're stuck at that place and the world is moving on, but they can't move on because it's still in that hidden window and it's just between themselves. It's just them and God who would know about it.
And so hurt, I didn't even know I was hurt. If God didn't tell me that you experience hurt because of rejection, I thought that I wasn't hurt. So it's good to hear about the blind side from God who knows everything, or because he spoke through people who said something that was happening to me that was being repeated and I didn't understand what they meant. But now seeing you talk about the whole character traits and stuff, no, it's bringing it all back to me, and I'm seeing so much purpose in this, and even the hidden window and the blind window.
All right, and there's a blind window. So the blind window now is what, this might sound strange to some persons, it's what others know about you, but you don't know about yourself. And some persons ask all the time, how is that possible? How can somebody know something about me and I don't know about myself? Why? Because as the word suggests, you have a blind spot. There is something about self that you are not seeing. And some of the behaviors that we demonstrate, we don't know that we are demonstrating them in some cases because they are in our blind window. So the question is, how do I know what is in that blind spot? How do I know what is in my blind window? And by asking the people who know. So in our lives should be those people who have your backs, who you can depend on to be honest with you. And it can be very difficult because when people share sometimes what is in your blind window, we tend to sometimes deny, but we have to listen to the feedback that is coming and we evaluate and we get another opinion. But the point is we want to explore what others are saying to us. I want us today to see feedback as a gift. When people tell us things about who we are and how we are showing up, to see it as a gift that they are giving us, because it provides the opportunity for us to change, for us to be a better person. I think we probably, and maybe in our past, we have had a lot of negative criticism. So we just say, once somebody telling you something and it's negative, it's not, I should just dismiss it. But there is value in listening to what others have to say to you. So what is that trusted friend telling you? What is your spouse saying to you? What are your children saying? What is that co-worker saying? What is that supervisor saying? Because, there is sometimes truth in what they're saying. So we need to always be examining self and always be assessing who we are so that we can learn more, listen to others so we can learn more about ourselves through that blind window. And the other window, yes, go ahead.
What though if some people who say they're giving feedback, they have ulterior motives?
Definitely.
Right. How do you assess if they are really true and honest, or that they have an ulterior motive to what's in it for me, to control, to do something? How do you discern and know that? Do you get a second opinion or what?
Yes, definitely. So you thank them for it. However, you validate that. So you might talk to that trusted friend. You might want to ask others, who might be in the situation and so on, to get their feedback on it. Very, very important, because as you said, some persons can be malicious, but at the same time, it is your role to assess that, what it is that they are saying. And if it is not valid, it's not, reflective, and you sometimes know the agenda and the motive behind it, then you can dismiss it. But first, always assess what is being said to you. All right. And sometimes too, let me go back to that, Lisa, and sometimes even persons who have malintent,
Mhm.
sometimes they can tell us truths that other
Mhm.
persons don't tell us. So that's why I'm
Mhm.
saying don't dismiss it
Mhm.
without evaluating. Maybe our friends know it, but they don't want to hurt us, so they don't say it.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
someone, because they have another agenda, they'll say it. So you want to always be listening to it,
Mhm.
evaluate it, and then, to take the action that is required.
Okay.
We need
Yeah,
to be
really.
mindful that there is a blind window, all of us.
Mhm.
Then there is the unknown window, what is unknown to you about yourself and what is unknown by others. And this window I find to be an area of potential, because it means that I want to look at it in a positive way, that there are possibilities, that who I am now is not necessarily who I'm going to be 10 years ago, that there are great possibilities in terms of who I can become. At the same time, on the negative side, sometimes there are some negative traits that may be lying dormant in us and that can, in certain situations, can manifest themselves. So we want to make sure that we are always protecting who we are and we are seeking to be our best selves so that, those negative traits will not take hold of us. All right. So in your own time, I hope that you will do this examination using this tool, the Johari window, to look at what is in your open window, both your strengths as well as your areas for improvement. What is in your hidden window? What are some things that may be detracting from you as a leader? What is in your blind window? What are people saying or that about you that you probably have denied all this time, but maybe that is what you need in order to develop as a leader? And what is in that unknown window? Explore self, to learn more about yourself, because, much of who we are is still yet untapped. So it speaks to, the potentials that can come out of us. All right. So we look now, and I'm getting into the final segment where we're going to look at leadership styles and strategies for leadership development. How do I develop myself as a leader? All right, so first I'm talking about some styles as a leader. And by style, we're talking about how you lead. What type of decisions do you make? How do you treat people? How do you deal with authority? How do you motivate persons? What guides your action? And when we talk about that, we're talking about the style of a leader. And it's usually not one-off, but usually the trend, the way in which, your pattern in which you tend to lead. So there are different leadership styles. These are just a few, and I'm sure you can name others. The autocratic, charismatic, democratic, laissez-faire, servant, transactional, transformational, visionary, there's bureaucratic, and there are several other leadership styles. Now, these styles are guided by your values, going back to values again. It's guided by your vision. What is it that you want to achieve and how you want to achieve it? It's guided by the situation that presents itself. Sometimes somebody might be a very good leader, but a situation presents itself and they, might do something which would not be appropriate. It's also dependent on your follower readiness, meaning people may not be at that point where they are able to do certain things, or they may be at that point where they need certain help or development in order to be able to, accept a certain style of leadership. So there are several factors, and I will just say that there is no one style that works all the time. All of these styles have their pros and they have their cons, but it is wisdom that would dictate, which one we use. But I'm going to be emphasizing one particular one, which is rarely spoken about, and which I believe can be very effective as you seek to influence. Now I'm going to share a video, short video, which speaks about these different styles. All right, so let me go ahead and share.
Nine most common leadership styles with examples. A leadership style is a way a leader leads a team, implement ideas, or deal with problems. Let's look at the 9 most common leadership styles of today. Number 1. Transactional leadership. A transactional leader believes in rewarding or penalizing their employees according to their performance. Norman Schwarzkopf believed that one element to great leadership is competence. Number 2. Transformational leadership. Transformational leaders welcome new ideas and innovations. They encourage their people to step out of their comfort zones. Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos are great examples of transformational leadership. Number 3. Servant leadership. Servant leaders are empathetic and believe in putting others first. They go with the idea of service first and lead later. Mother Teresa and Nelson Mandela are historic leaders who sacrificed their life for the people. Number 4. Democratic leadership. Democratic leaders believe in equality. They are open to suggestions and considers everyone's opinion while making decisions. George Washington and John F. Kennedy are great leaders of democracy. Number 5. Autocratic leadership. Autocratic leadership is a boss-centered approach to leadership. They like complete autonomy on daily activities, goals, and decision-making. Queen Elizabeth, Adolf Hitler, and Vladimir Putin are known to be autocratic leaders. Number 6. Laissez-faire leadership. A laissez-faire leader does not engage much in the daily accomplishments of the employees, but instead focuses on the big picture. Warren Buffett and Steve Jobs are known to have this approach. Number 7. Bureaucratic leadership. A bureaucratic leader loves to go by the rule and are very strong-minded and focused in their approach. Today, McDonald's is a fast food giant for Steve Easterbrook's structured procedures. Number 8. Charismatic leadership. Charismatic leaders exude confidence and charm. They are persuasive, great listeners, and innovative. Leaders like Princess Diana and Mahatma Gandhi exude a sense of charm and allure. Number 9. Coaching leadership. A coaching leadership style believes in mentoring and training the employees by helping them grow their skills and knowledge. Vince Lombardi and Reed Hastings were known to coach people for success. Have you ever wondered what kind of a leader you are? Find out your leadership style from the link in the description box below. Thanks for watching.
All right. Okay, so different styles, and there are pros, as I said, and cons. You can do further reading on all of them to see, to get further information. It's about, as I said, knowing the right situation that would go with. For example, say the autocratic leadership style. It's widely used, and sometimes people will say, in order to be a leader, you have to be a strong leader, you have to tell the team what to do, and so on. The pros would be, for example, it's if you have a decision to make and it's taken a long time, or an immediate decision needs to be taken, then the leader makes a decision and so on. If it's an emergency, so I always give the example, say if there's a fire, you don't ask people if they want to leave, you direct them to leave. So a lot depends on the situation. However, if you consistently use the autocratic style, after a time you isolate your followers, because it's about the leader dominating in many instances, and so people lose their voice, and oftentimes people are demotivated by that type of a style, and so you lose your ability to influence in a positive way. Now, sometimes people may adhere, but it's more because of force rather than because of their will to do so. And so what you find is that you remove the autocratic leader and people may no longer be interested or no longer function well because it was that coercion that was working to have them do. What we want is a positive influence, that whether the leader is in charge or not, persons are so convinced and committed to the cause that you will be able to function regardless of whether there is someone over you dictating to you what to do. So here I have two short quiz assessments in which I would ask you to determine. One, I am a perfectionist, and there's a scale here. One, very little, you're not, which means that you're not. Somewhat, you give yourself a 2. If you think moderate, in between, you give yourself a 3. If high, you give yourself a 4, and 5, it's very high. That's one. So you have to rate yourself on that. The other one, I determine how things are to be done. I, the leader, determine how things are to be done. The third one says, I automatically take charge. I talk others into doing things my way. 5, I put people under pressure to achieve goals. Now, this is just a quick test, and I encourage you to examine your own leadership style and tendency by doing, there are several free leadership assessment tools on the internet. You can choose any one and they will give you specific feedback. But it's just a little activity to whet your appetite as to what are some of the questions asked and what it can indicate. So for example, there are 5 statements here. If you got all 5, if you rated yourself as 5 for all of them, so you got 25 points, then that could indicate that you're highly autocratic, right? You're very high on, you're autocratic in your leadership orientation or your leadership style. If you get, on the other hand, say 5, a score of 5, it suggests that you are not, that is not your predominant leadership style. Certain personalities, as I said, may lend itself to this type of autocratic leadership if you're a commanding type of a person. However, you need to be aware of the drawbacks, and therefore you need to use styles that will still engage people and garner commitment. And there is another quiz which says, 1, my actions meet the needs of others before my own. And you're using the same rating scale, 1 to 5, 1 being the lowest, 5 being the highest. Number 2, I work to create a sense of community. Number 3, I recognize others. So somebody does something well, you freely, give them the credit. I encourage the growth of others, expecting nothing in return. So you're not doing it with ulterior motives, right? And I like to be of service to others. For this one, if you would have gotten full 25 marks or over 20, it suggests that your orientation is more a servant type leader. If your score is 5, then it indicates that you are low in terms of this leadership style, the servant leadership orientation. And you can assess if you fall anywhere within the middle. So these tests, and there are other styles, of course, will be a longer test. Some of them have almost 100 questions to help to determine which is your style. But you can choose a simple one, and it can help you because what you want is self-awareness. Remember, we spoke about as a matter of fact, I can say that these assessments can be another way of unearthing what is in your blind window. Because when you answer these questions, you are better able to learn about self. All right. So there is, for those of you who are Christians, who believe in the Christian faith, our example is Christ. And I thought that for this, it would be interesting to share a type of leadership which mimics or demonstrates, depicts the type of leadership style that Christ used when he was here. So when we looked at his life, we see purpose, we saw influence, crowds followed him. So he had followership. We saw that he was an effective communicator of what is it that he wanted people to do, communicator in terms of training, developing people. We know he had an excellent, spotless character, and we know that he lived a life of service. And, Matthew 20:28 reminds us, the Son of Man came not to be served, but to serve. And so I want to share just briefly on a type of leadership style that is not frequently spoken about. I think one of the more popular ones is transformational leadership at this time, which you can read up on further. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about servant leadership. Depending on where you are in the word servant may conjure different things to you. Definitely in the Caribbean, it's a negative word. We link it with slavery. However, we want to look at servant leadership, not in the terms of you being subservient to anyone, but your style focusing on service. And so for persons who, again, maybe in areas of ministry, then this style might be very much appropriate to you. So when we talk about servant leadership, it's leadership which transcends self-interest to serve the needs of others, to help others grow and provide opportunities for others to gain material and emotion. So you're building up others while you provide whatever is your key service. And, you know, when I think, Alyssa, I probably think of this type of service. All right. It speaks to the purpose of the leader is to serve others. In this type of leadership, the leader seeks to exert influence rather than control. So you're not coercing, but you are persuading, and you're using logics, and you're using, you know, emotions. You're able to help persons to arrive at understanding the purpose of the mission. In this type of leadership as well, you are also achieving the vision by providing support and the opportunities for persons to grow. So this one is very big on developing other persons. One, these are the principles of servant leadership. It puts service before self-interest. We live in a world which, you know, it's about self-aggrandizement. It's about what I can get, what I can do, how popular I am. But when you go back to certain principles of what makes people fulfilled and what can serve humanity, it's about serving others. It's a choice that you make. It's a commitment that you make to a cause to help others and to create a community that does that. So this community is based on service. And I know that some of you, you know, are actively involved in service areas. It's about listening first. We have a culture where you talk first. In this type of leadership, you ask questions, you seek to understand, and you contribute definitely based on what you have heard to the solution. Now, what this type of leadership, and this type of leadership style is very high in terms of influence. Influencing, if you want to influence persons to a cause, it is how your approach that is going to win over persons to your cause. It inspires trust. Trust is very important in leadership because you're honest, you're reliable, you do what you say, you are transparent. We know that certain things are confidential, right? But you are not going to be doing something nebulous behind the scenes, and then you present a picture of somebody else who you are not in the public. And leadership, as you trust, as you show yourself to be trustworthy, you also have to be able to trust others. And it's a process, it's a learning process for many persons. But as a leader, you have to be able to inspire trust. Think of your mother, your father. You know, you have to have trust in them in order to see them as a leader and in order for them to be able to positively influence you. If you don't trust people, then chances are they will not trust you and you will not be able to influence them positively. As a leader too, and as a servant leader, you have to nourish others. It's not about yourself. So you are you are connecting with others, knowing what their needs are, knowing their motivations. You're willing to share of your knowledge, share of your possession if needs. You are sharing what you have. You are compassionate because you are moved by empathy. You can put yourself in other person's shoes and you're moved into action. And it's not a case where, though, in nourishing others, you are just giving and they are not expected to do anything. You are instilling a sense of responsibility because you are doing these things. Why? Because remember, we go back to the slide where we talk about, if you're a leader, you must have a vision, you must have a purpose. So you are doing all of these things because you want to influence persons to be able to achieve. So there has to be a level of instilling responsibility. All right. So having gone through what we did, how do I develop myself as a leader? One big way is through self-assessment. And there are several tools out there that can be used. It's through goal setting, having identified now where you fall short. It is about setting goals for yourself. You do this in organizations all the time. Why can't we do it for our own development? You set a goal. I need to be more compassionate. You look at what actions do I need to do? Maybe I need to watch some videos on this. Maybe I need to read more on it. Then you might want to say, okay, what am I going to do? I'm going to identify maybe 1 or 2 persons this week to whom I'm going to show compassion. And then you assess yourself. At the end of the day, did I do this? What should I have done differently? What do I do next time? Right? So you set yourself some goals and you work assiduously towards implementing them. It's about some interventions, because some things we cannot do on our own, and we need to admit that. So sometimes you might need a mentor, sometimes you might need a coach, sometimes you might need the help of a counselor. Sometimes you might need to go back, as I said earlier, to a formal course in order to develop ourselves. So on this leadership journey, the point I want to leave is that we have to be continuously developing self. I also have to see myself as needing to learn and say, no, I can't say that, I know everything about being a leader. I also need to pursue these other interventions that will help me to grow. So as I close, I want you to just think about 1 area, 1 or 2 areas, I know time is going, that you can, what is it that you want to achieve? What aspect of your leadership needs to improve? Is it how I manage myself? Is it how I manage others? And I wanted to pick 1 little thing, 1 area that you want to focus on. I want you to set an objective. I want you to say what specific actions you're going to take. I want you to tell me when you're going to take it and what resources you're going to be using in order to be able to achieve. So the intention here is that, having shared with you, I wouldn't want you to just say, oh, it was a good presentation. I want you to be able, in a month's time, 2 months' time, to be able to say, because of this presentation, I took this action to improve myself, right? Some persons, maybe you are not aware of, you need to improve in the competency in terms of how to manage change. What actions are you going to take? When are you going to take those actions? What resources are you going to be using? And I want you to use this, take a note of this, and in your own time, to use this as a part of your own personal development as a leader. All right, so as I close, I want to summarize that being a leader is not about position or power. It's about your mindset, as I said. Being a leader is about influencing others to achieve a goal. And that goal can be, as a parent, you have goals for your children. That can be your goal, and you're seeking to positively influence your children, your family. Being a leader is about who you are as a person. It's about your character. There are certain competencies, and some persons may have some innately, but generally our competencies can be developed as a leader. So I don't want anybody to leave here saying, boy, I don't have all of those things. This is the opportunity for you now to develop those competencies. I said that your leadership style impacts your ability to influence. And I want you then to select leadership styles that will support your effectiveness in helping persons to achieve the goal. And I recommend this servant leadership as something to consider, which will enhance your ministry, your vocation, and will help you to be a better person. So I would say to you, leaders arise. Leaders arise. Arise how? Arise by demonstrating a leadership mindset. Leaders arise by establishing and sharing your goals. Maintain a good character. Use a leadership style that will influence positively. Develop yourself as a leader. And lastly, serve God and humanity. Leaders arise. I thank you.
I thank you, leaders arise. Wow, what a powerful presentation. That's what Vanessa was saying here on Facebook. Powerful, power-packed presentation. Leaders arise. My gosh, Andrea, I enjoyed the class for my action planning. I haven't seen, I normally do goal setting, but the regular personal development plan that I would do yearly didn't include character building. So I'm including, I would usually say spiritual development, financial development, and so forth, but I'm putting character development on it. So I have put, my objective is, the first one, to express more gratitude. And the action, I would do more journaling, like daily journaling, to look on the little things around me and to give God thanks for it, the birds and the bees and my children and the fact that I have life. And I would do that, ensure that I do it at least weekly if I don't get to do it daily, okay? And the resources, I would get a notebook or a journal, an official journal, and create my gratitude. Is a gratitude journal, you call it? So I can develop my character and say thank you and appreciate people. Another one is courage. For me to build courage, speak out, say no, so that no can mean no, and set more boundaries too so people can understand. Yeah. And what is that I say? Be less fearful. Don't let fear impact me, because that affected my courage. Yes. Is that okay to say no fear, reduce fear?
It will come with time, but some persons want to wait until they reach a point of no fear before they show courage. You will always, when you're showing courage, you will have some fear. So push through the fear. That's what I'm saying. All right, push through
in
spite of the fear. In spite of the fear, yes.
Okay. Anybody else want to share your experience? Those on the Zoom, those on TikTok and Facebook, would you like to say how you found the presentation? Apart from being powerful, it was thought-provoking for me. Open your mics, man, and you can also open your video so we can see your beautiful faces. I know who is watching our program. Let me just quickly see if there's anybody on YouTube that I've been ignoring for a minute. I love the Johari window. It's something that I usually use in entrepreneurship, but I haven't done it in a long time. And we have to remember that we grow daily. We grow, we always grow. So what you might have had in your blind side, once it is revealed, it now becomes known to you. But because we have our, still have our deficiencies and so forth, let me take this down. Just checking on the chat. It is important for us to still do self-awareness activities. Let me tell you something. I so appreciate you coming here to share with us today. Leadership, manager, mentor, coach. I'm going to call you all minister, right? I don't know if you have an official women's ministry, but I know based on the role and purpose that you serve, right? Based on your family that you support, many formally and informally. We so appreciate you here today. Leaders Arise, a powerful presentation. And let me tell you something, guys. Today's event is purposeful. It was a part of our personal development session. We were given the charge when we were doing our yearly budgeting and our annual plan to do training for our mentees and members of the ministry. And I was told to invite others, other partners and persons who are tuning to join us. So we see that the season is coming up. October is around the corner. The year has almost ended, and we want to end our year strong. End your year strong by building you, by being a better leader, by looking on your strengths and your weaknesses, by looking on your character, right? By being strengthened. So leaders arise. Thank you so much, Andrea. Hold on, let me mute this here. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen.
May I add something, please? May I add something, please?
Okay,
I just
go
want to say
ahead, Mr.
something briefly.
Winston. I wasn't sure that you were watching. Go ahead, please.
Yes. Let me first of all introduce myself. I'm Winston Paulson. I'm a part of Holistic Ministries. Well, I'm a participant, of course. And
Yes, you're a member. Yes, you're a
yes,
member.
okay, yes, I remember indeed.
One of the few men.
But yes, we're growing strength to strength, all in due time. Anyway, I wish you mentioned the strategic leadership. I wish more emphasis would have been placed on values. You see, because values, when we have a value and we have a vision, there's a common goal which each of us work towards. And despite the little, what should I say though, you might not, there's some shortcoming in a particular leader because you have that goal, that value and goal. You start to tend to overlook that because that is priority. You see, that's why I refer to even the Bible, you know, is a datum, is a common thing, you know. So when we're achieving like the church leadership and even general any other leadership, even like a sports club also, there ought to be something written according to the regulations and so, in order to guide each and every member to that common goal, that value, that core value. You see, so once that the one that your core value is emphasized, even, I mean, after the problem kind of over, you know, we'll compromise because nobody's perfect, as you said earlier on, Andrea. Nobody's perfect and all of that. So we compromise and try to move, go forward to achieve that common good.
Focus on core values, write out and the core values being moved.
Yes.
So if the core value is teamwork, everybody should know that teamwork is an emphasis.
Precisely.
Okay.
So that, you know, to me, would have sort of sum it up overall. But it was interesting overall, you know. And another thing I would like to say that perhaps as leaders to whatever group, we could individually take time out and do a survey from the members and that to sort of guide us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we just do a survey and sort of guide us to see, oh well, you know, we're moving forward, you know.
Meaning like what? If targets are being met or if
Yes,
values are
targets
shared?
are being met, are probably individuals or they view you as Andrea mentioned about the hidden.
As a leadership. Mm-hmm.
Yes, individual. And not that you're gonna relegate or anything, but you know, that's why the core values is so important, you see.
Mm-hmm.
That is definitely the guide. But a survey would be interesting, and then after maybe you can sort of change your style,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and do a bit of a reform and all of that. But
yeah, good point, Winston. So when we talk about self-assessment and so on, you know, the information can come from different angles. And the survey can be one, if especially like in an organization, you can get the feedback. And the key thing is that when you get the feedback, that you validate it and you work on the area that you need improvement. Yes, good point.
And remember, the feedback must be individual. You know, that's important. It must be independent. I mean, no one else is supposed to hear it, you know, because that's how you assess. Something like that's how you assess truth, you know, when you go independently and people are saying a common thing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to be in a group because that would be sort of, you know, that would be true, so to speak.
So private. So you want something private.
Yeah, it's important to do it privately. In my opinion, it's important to do it privately. Yes.
Okay.
I agree, because you can have what is called groupthink, where somebody might be able to influence the opinions of others, and you don't want everybody to be able to think independently.
Wow. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. And that's important.
I'm presently in my backyard, actually, you know, so my attire is not so good. I'm just casually at home in the backyard, you know. I came in a bit late nonetheless, you see. So, you know.
Thank you still for joining. We lost our feed a while ago, Andrea, for for TikTok, but just to let you know that I know we had about 900 persons at one point that viewed, came on. I'll let you know the statistics afterwards. So I'll have to just go on again and share.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lisa, and all the best for the rest of the webinar.
Thank you so much. We have Jody Ann who is next. And Jody Ann, are you ready? You're muted. Let me unmute you.
No.
I was saying, I hope my service isn't too bad. I had a delay, so now I'm actually in transit. I hope you can hear me well.
All right, just 1 minute. Let me remove the pin from here. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask Jody to properly introduce herself. She is our speaker today on growing your business and building a global brand and starting from scratch, how to become an entrepreneur. She has the proper topic. She'll be sharing. Her bandwidth may be a little bit low. Bear with her until she gets a little bit settled. We are adjusting our schedule, and I know that we have had a long morning so far. After Andrea, after Jody, we will take a little break. And I will omit my last presentation and allow Stephanie to come on. All right, based on the time, because Dr. Fletcher should be coming on at 4 o'clock thereabout, which is Australian time, probably about 10 a.m. or something like that. They're in Sunday already. All right, so they're 16 hours ahead. So Jody, the floor is yours. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate your sacrifice. Jody is a Jamaican. She is living abroad, and she's going to share her story. She is a woman in ministry, official leader. She runs Thrive, and that's how I met her. She's a very inspirational young lady, and she is positioned for greatness. Ladies and gentlemen, Jody Ann Wright McLean, right? Do I get it right? Hold on, you're muted. Let me unmute you again. Hold on. Ask to unmute. You have to unmute.
Now we're good.
Yes, we're good now, Jody.
Thank you so much, Lisan. Today was good. There was a wealth of information about leadership and workplace etiquette. Information.
Yes. Go ahead.
Myself rather quickly, as Lisan already did a good job. My name is Jody Ann McLean. My current position now is I'm an owner of Planning a Studio. We are a content creating studio with in starting small businesses. I'm a parent to 5 children, my eldest being 16 and my baby being 5 years old. And I'm a friend of 22 years. I have a background in social services. That's really where my heart is. And did a specialty in mental health and parenting education.
Bandwidth is picking up. Hold on a second, let me pause. Okay, I'm not hearing you. You're frozen.
Felt
Okay, so we're having some technical issues right now until Jody returns. Hold on a second, she's back.
I'm wondering if it's best to proceed, and then when I'm stationary, then we pick up back. You want to give the
You are the last speaker for this segment right now.
right
And
now?
then, yeah, you are the last speaker. Mhm.
I'm gonna do it quickly and be as
So,
efficient as okay.
right,
So
so
go ahead.
you can go, you go ahead if it is okay, or how long would it take for you to be able to stop? So we can hear you clearly. About what?
About 25
About
minutes.
25 minutes?
Yeah, but if you're hearing me now, I can proceed. If it suits you.
All right, go ahead. Let me see if I can hear you. If I can't hear you, then I may have to break and we'll return. So guys, what do you think is best to do? Do we break for 25 minutes, get lunch and return? Or do we, if the signal is a little bit shaky? You just fell off.
Yeah, I keep going in and out. I don't know. Let me try something. I'm gonna try and connect by another device.
Okay. Do I get this this light that I have from this other device is impacting? Okay, it flipped around. Hi, welcome, Caridian. I'm trying to flip it around. You would get a better view from YouTube, because on YouTube you can see the slides and you can see our faces better. I'm trying to take the flash off so you can see this thing better. But so Caridian, let me tell you what you missed. You missed workplace bullying and harassment. You missed Leaders Arise. I hope you at least caught the back end of that presentation. Very powerful. When we study business for leadership, we're mostly taught about the autocratic leader, the charismatic leader, right? The bureaucratic leader, the laissez-faire leader, right? And the other leader the other leader that's in between. But now we're seeing transformational leadership styles being included, and servant leadership being included. Jody, you're back? Okay,
Back. I don't know if this is better. I use my cell
yes,
phone versus
much better.
Okay,
Much
awesome.
better.
Okay. Awesome then. So I won't be too long. And unfortunately, I don't have a slideshow, but I do have the information. If needs be, I can email it after.
Okay, great.
To any contact that may need it. But I'll jump right in and I'll start to talk about building your business, right? So for a lot of us, especially people with a capacity to lead, we tend to know very early on that we belong in the position where we're holding reins, right? And it doesn't matter the style of I would say leadership that you possess, but you do know almost innately that there's
we lost her there a minute. We lost her. Oh, she's back. Hold on. Your mic has disconnected. Okay, when she returns, I'll put her back. We already have the audience here, so we don't want to interrupt. We're praying that this will go through. It's been a long day already. We've learned so much. We just want to just get, how do we build our business from the ground up? What I will do is reschedule, and next week, Friday evening, I will do, next week, Friday evening, I'll come on and I will do business planning for you. We didn't have anybody register for that, right? So I'll just simply reschedule that session and we get a break and we get to end our webinar series quickly. And I will continue starting a business 101 because we barely touched the surface. We barely touched the surface. Yesterday, we went through personal entrepreneurial characteristics, and we got to use one idea generation strategy, the funnel model, to come up with a business. But now we need to know. What are the different type of businesses we can open and where do we go for help. So I will just continue that as a part of an entrepreneurship series leading up to Entrepreneurship Week, which is in November. Workplace Bullying and Harassment Week is also in November. So I want to just do a few more things. And if there are persons who want to do their own business plans or need help with that, then you can always contact me for consultancy services or coaching services. All right. In terms of the workplace bullying help, let us see how much help we can get here in Jamaica. So information can be shared, right? And material can be written, because I need to write on this as well. That's a part of my objective for this year, to complete my assignment about this pressing topic. Okay, so I'll be sharing my form on Facebook with you. Please do complete the survey and share it with your colleagues as well. Now, Jody Ann, she is on Instagram. You can follow her. Her women's ministry is called Thrive. From time to time, she meets at different locations. She was in Jamaica last year and twice this year, I think in March and last month as well. She gives, she donates to the less fortunate. She helps as a personal coach, right? Women to get through trauma. She has shared her journey about how she started her business in the United States, and some things are just closed door session at the meetup events that she does. But you can follow her on Instagram, right? At Thrive. And the name is Jody Ann Wright. Jody Ann Wright. So, do you have any questions regarding leadership since you're here? Any questions that we can answer? Any more workplace bullying stories? And any other suggestions that you'd like to share before as we wait on her to return? How have you found the presentations? Kerry Diane, good afternoon. Melissa, good afternoon. I know Kerry and was also on Facebook. Cleo, good afternoon. Welcome. Minister Carolyn and Kevin. Hi, Kevin. How are you? You are a leader. I know it couldn't be easy leading all those men and women in the industry in which you are. But thank you for joining, and I do hope that you found the presentation tonight to be, this afternoon, to be purposeful, useful, enhancing, right? And building. Each of us, men, women, leaders, subordinates, we all need to develop ourselves personally, okay? And subordinates also need to understand that as leaders go through working on themselves, they also need to have empathy as well. Because just as though they aren't perfect, the superiors also aren't perfect. And some things are cyclical, as you saw with this study, the survey that I did with workplace bullying, and as well as the research, because I've had to go through journals to see what happens. Some bullies were also bullied. So it's a cycle. Some leaders lead because of the mentors they had. So if you had a mentor with a particular kind of flaw, who think it is okay to operate a particular way, you may adopt or adapt whatever methods they use or that flaw that you were taught about, because it may have worked for that person, or maybe that person didn't know the blind side or didn't get any feedback about what they were doing. But in giving the feedback, still be kind, because as we say, feedback, whether it be from a foe or a friend, can be useful, but how you do things matter. Don't do an eye for an eye and go to your supervisor in public and tell your supervisor that they're this and that and they're this and that, okay? Leaders have feelings too, and just as though you don't want to be hurt by your leader, do not embarrass your leader in public, okay? So support in public. In private, you can give your recommendations and we can all grow and thrive. I don't know if you agree with that recommendation, Andrew. If you're still there, you can let me know, but that is my belief, that respectfully, when you are sharing with your superiors or your leaders, you still employ kindness. You still use tact, because you can say something very, very valid, very, very useful, but how you say it can cause people to reject it, to become defensive, to be insulted. So when you do things, try to do it in love. Not all of us, sometimes I myself may not remember some things, but that don't mean that an eye for an eye, you know, as all of us have our weaknesses and our strengths. What a wonderful day. Yes,
I
Andrea.
agree with that. I agree with that, Lisan, that the truth is the eye for the eye would not help the cause. It will not support the vision and the mission. Sometimes we all err, supervisors err, subordinates err, but we have to learn to be compassionate in the way we deal with each other. We can tell the truth, we can speak the truth in love, we can be very straightforward, but still respectful. And that's what we are asking for, because at the end of the day, we are guided in whatever organization or group you are a part of. We are guided by the goals. And so you don't want to be side-railed by, you know, disrespectful behaviors and so on. At the end of the day, why are we? You have to ask the question, what is the purpose of this game, what of this group? And if you know you're going to allow disrespectful things to destroy it, and it's not worth it. So we have to think a little longer term in terms of where we are going and seek to be guided again, going back to the issues, the core values of the organization, the values of the person. These things are critical.
So would you say as a manager that we should at time to time review the mission and the vision statement to bring that back to the team for them to remember why they're here? Will that help them to reflect?
Definitely, that should be a part of, you know, one of those ongoing programs that you have in terms of ensuring that people remember the vision. Sometimes when you have to make decisions, you want to go back to what is it that we are about? What are our core values? What guides us? Sometimes that has to be the conversations that you have, because people can over time lose sight of the vision of the mission, and people can over time not remember how they fit into. Yeah, so you want to make sure you're constantly reminding people, and that's the role of the leader, part of the communication role of the leader, to ensure that people are always understanding, people remember the vision and mission, the core values of the organization.
Can the leader get discouraged at times too when they realize that the group dynamics might not be there?
Yes,
the group dynamics is lacking. What does the leader do when they get discouraged? Because just that's happened to me. Oh God, so many times this year where I'm like, okay, we're all not on the same page. We don't understand our role. We do the buy-in, the support, and okay, maybe we're not at that place. What do you do when you're finding it hard to lead?
All right, so difficult Definitely, good question.
Yeah. When you're offering to help and the help isn't even taken, what do you do?
Good question, Lisa. Everybody, remember that the leader is first a person. All right. And as a person, you're going to have good days, bad days, good things going well, things not going so well sometimes. So first of all, the leader needs a support system. Somebody who are persons who can relate to that person as a person. So they can help them through those times. That's, well, a popular area of leadership now is executive coaching. There are a lot of leaders in organizations, they have a coach, and that coach is like a bouncing board from time to time. That coach is somebody who is able to guide them through difficult times. When they get frustrated, the mentor the coach will help them through those times. In addition to that, though, in addition to the support systems that you may
I didn't
have,
know that. You said it, write down an executive coach.
executive coaching, yes, that's an
And
area.
that's external to the organization, so they really don't know what's happening.
Yes. So you get a coach, and the coach will help you to sort of analyze what is happening and to decide on the best actions taken. But the truth is that all of us from time to time need support wherever, whether in a formal setting or depending on the nature of it, it can be, you know, your support from your networks. If it is a case though where there is a difference of opinion or major issues between the goal and the followers, the leader sometimes has to have that conversation. Sometimes you have to find out what is happening, hear from people, get a commitment from people as to what is it that what are some solutions, but also what is that they are committed to doing. And sometimes people give you a bag of recommendations, but they leave it back on the leader to do everything which the leader cannot do, right? So it's having that honest talk with people to find out what is happening, and also agreeing on what is it, how you're going to move forward. I can do this, you can do that. What is it we're going to do? Maybe if you have a flood of recommendations, you might have to phase it and say, we can do this year. Next year, we will look at that sort of a thing. But there has to be that level of dialogue to get some consensus as to what is the problem and how to fix it.
So what if it is that you want that feedback but people remain silent, right? How do you deal with that dysfunction, dead weight? What do? Do you dismantle the group? do you have subgroups where you have now some members of the team does carry the work and the others just sit there? What do you do when you have that side of dynamics, right?
All right. It could be several reasons why people don't want to talk openly.
Or work too.
Right. So sometimes this is where the survey that Winston has spoken about earlier can come in handy. If you recognize that people are just disconnecting, then something is wrong. So sometimes your surveys allow for anonymity, which is good, and you can sometimes use that to garner information. But it takes a lot of prodding and seeking several avenues to find out. It's not just saying people are not interested. I think sometimes we arrive at that conclusion too hastily, and we blame our followers, but sometimes we have to look back. Sometimes we are the issue, you know. Sometimes it's hard to say, but sometimes we are the issue. So sometimes we have to do that level of analysis and try different ways to collect the information.
Can leadership be seasonal, where you're just led to help this group for a little while, for a season, and then maybe they have outgrown know what you can offer and need to go to another level, but maybe probably feel that they're going to hurt you if they do leave, but they're maybe not growing because they have surpassed that which you can offer. Is that possible?
It's possible. But remember, we are all leaders, so we may attach to different organizations or groups at different points in time. But, you know, we can always serve in different areas. But these are some of the dynamics as it relates to people. And sometimes people will always leave groups, people will always leave organizations, you know, that's just a part. And sometimes people might find that they are no longer, as you said, aligned to what it is that you are asking for. And you have to give them that freedom of choice to make their decisions. And it goes back to the point I made earlier, where you have to be developing people. Because as some leave, you always have to have your succession planning in place and, you know, your resourcefulness coming out there so that people are not just dependent on one leader or one person, and one person leave and the whole ministry crashes, right? You have to always be developing persons that as some leave, others will rise to the top.
But would you put the new persons you're training in the group while you know that things aren't settled yet, or wouldn't it be smarter to take your time and train, right, until things are settled? How would you manage that? Because sometimes if someone comes into an environment and the environment may have some issues, you don't want them to adapt negative traits, you know, because they realize they come in and they hear this and rumor that, and they tend to form cliques at times, and then that whole what they wanted from you, they end up don't get it because they're distracted because of the other voices. Sometimes the whole complacency, they see others not driven and they say, okay, let me make the leader do everything that person pour out, and don't realize that when you're called upon to volunteer, when you're called upon to do certain things, it's to develop you, right? Leadership isn't easy, we know that. But what if you didn't see yourself as a leader, but you just put in that place? Do you honestly have to just give your time to grow because this is what is just in your lap and your mandate?
Yes, you have to. And again, going back to what I mentioned, you have to seek to develop then. If you're in the position, maybe you didn't desire it, but it happened, then you have to develop your competencies. So whether you're going to go back to a formal course, whether you're going to do your YouTube, your internet searches, the information is just out there. There is no shortage of information. Sometimes you might want to align yourself to a support group of leaders who can also mentor and guide you along the way as well. These are all of these things. But the truth is, you also have to recognize it's a journey. So if you were not prepared prior to, you may do a crash course, but the truth is you will make mistakes. And part of leadership is taking risks. Mind you, you have to be, take calculated risks. So you have to do your analysis before, but the point is you will not always get it right. And sometimes leaders are very hard on themselves because they expect to be perfect. Like how, in the same way that you follow your people in your group will make mistakes, your team members make mistakes, you will also make mistakes. And this is how you help to build trust, because when as a leader you make a mistake and you're able to say to the group, hey, I was wrong on this, your credibility increases oftentimes in the eyes of people. And then we flip it back to say then, therefore, that when others make mistakes, you have to apply the same grace to them.
Grace, God's grace. Why, Andrea? I don't know how you do it. I believe some people who are just born leaders or called to be leaders, and for some it just end up in their lap. So it may be harder for them. Like I always saw my sisters being a leader. I just grew up hearing all the teachers from grade 1 saying, this is a diligent, conscientious individual, right? And I know that I'm the total opposite. I'm free-spirited and creative. So I didn't see that as having leadership traits or so. So when no leadership role ended up in my lap, I'm used to relying on the people who I know to be leaders, because I wasn't told that I was a leader in my own right, even though I had a different kind of personality. Yeah. Sometimes people can see things in you that you just don't see in yourself. And that is why leadership starts in the home and even at church, because it is church for me that identified leadership skills. And being voted as youth president really changed my life. Having persons listen when I'm usually the one listening, it's a whole different ball game, to see people voting on topics and, does your word have any value, right? It's different for me, I still, especially maybe because I didn't think that I had these internal self issues, because I was seen as being very confident because I was bold and always talkative. And church for me gave me the platform to talk. People think that because you talk and you're not afraid to be a public speaker, that you don't have insecurities at time, or that you don't have weaknesses. And that is so not true. A quiet person can be a powerful leader just as much as someone who might be an extrovert.
Right.
Yeah, using a different style, right? And persons don't understand that sometimes in Jamaica, we have this misconception that the leader must just take on all of the work and constant stress. And this is
As a
not
matter of fact, one of the things I didn't have time to go into it. Oh, I had a slide which showed a leader at different positions. And sometimes the leader is out front, but sometimes the leader is beside, and sometimes the leader is behind. And I saw this quotation from Nelson Mandela, which says, when things are going well, the leader can allow others to be out there, but usually when things are going bad and there's a problem, the leader has to take control. So, it's just that we have a lot of misconceptions about leadership and how a leader should be. And the truth is that we can be leaders regardless of our personalities and regardless of how we do things. We may need help in different areas, because if you're not strong, for example, an organization, the key thing is that you're able to have somebody who plays that role in the group or in the organization. But we have to, and the point is that we always have to be seeking to develop in areas that we know, we are lacking.
So you'd say it's better to have that shoulder to lead on from someone outside the group than inside the group? Or would you
have to do your assessment. I'm seeing Galaxy saying, I am shy and I work better behind the scenes. And I'm sure, Galaxy, whoever your name is, that you can still be an effective person. You just have to understand your role and what you're asked to be. As it relates to support, it depends. You have to know your group and know if it is for you, if you have persons that support system within, or maybe it is better without. That's a whole discussion, again, about, for example, how vulnerable you can be with your own group. Some cases, people are ready for it and they can embrace and understand your humanity. In another case, people just cannot identify with certain vulnerabilities. So you have to sort of understand who you are working with as well.
And maturity may have something to do with it as well.
Yes, definitely.
Depending on how mature the individuals are that you're working with. Well, Angela, we need more sessions. Leadership can't do in one day, in one session. It's a small topic in business that was covered for me at the different levels. But now that we see their organizations offering leadership as courses, this can definitely help us, because it is definitely needed. I so value and appreciate it. I was hoping Jody would be back by now, but she's still off, right? Still off. My God, we're here holding. Lord, thank you so much for your offering. Thank you so much for the people who joined us today. Yes, Father. Leaders arise. We need to arise. God made us as eagles. Right? We can't stay one place all the time. And if we realize that we try one method and it never worked, nothing is wrong in trying something new. Try it, because you will get a different result. Everybody may not like the strategy that you use. Everybody might not like the steps that you take. You're not here to be a people pleaser. You're here to do the right thing, and you're also here to protect you and your business. Your organization is a business, whether it's a nonprofit or not, whether it's a ministry or not. It's just the core concept that makes it different, whether it is for profit or non-profit. But non-profit organizations, including ministries, still have to employ the same strategies that profit-making organizations use if you want success. And that's just it. There are just some basic principles. And we can't. Training, supervisory management training is one way in which you can develop your skills. In Jamaica, I don't know many places that offer supervisory management. I know extramural through UWI continuing studies, and I know the management information mind offers supervisory management, a very detailed program compared to what I did at extramural at UWI continuing. Right, I did that many years ago. Maybe the program might be revamped now, but that is something that can help you bring self-awareness as well, teach you about human relations, relationship building, teamwork, stress management, conflict management. These are things you need to know to build your strength and for you to be aware of strengths and weaknesses. All right. So what I will do when Jody returns, I will just do the live stream. See, let me see something. But we want to thank Andrea so much for popping in again. I'm trying to see if I can pause for a minute to get her. Hold on, let me mute this. Let's take a break until 3:30. Let's take a break until 3:30. Let's hope by then that Jody will be settled. Thank you so much. We had a wonderful first half of the day. We're only going to let Jody go and then we will close up the program. It's Saturday and I know we have things to do. Thank you so much for joining, everybody. Thank you for those who are on YouTube and those on Facebook. We will resume at 3:30. Hi. Let me end the live stream.